Precisely, today we're going to talk about language, isn't it, Cullen?
Yes, right.
How we have been manipulated through language, because we have been. All right?
That's correct. Yes, you definitely have. And are continually being manipulated in many, many ways. And language is basically one of the core, fundamental, foundational ways that our perceptions are controlled through deception, which David Icke has a book called Perception Deception, which is very, very telling because, yes, perception is the way that we perceive reality.
Hello everyone, my name is Cullen Smith. I'm a published author. Today I would like to introduce you all to my brand new published book, The Hive Mind Invasion of Civilization, a compendium of esoteric science, symbolism, and universal secrets. If you'd like to purchase this book, you can head over to my brand new website that I've set up at liftingtheveil.tv, and I will see all of you there.
Between ourself, the internal world, and the external world that we experience as reality. And language is the means of communication which allows that external world to interact directly with our internal world. That's the barrier. That is the boundary between self and other, or the world around us. And so that is why language is the most fundamental, foundational core tool of basically making our thoughts known to each other. It's the way that we share our thoughts with the world and with each other. Through language is conveyance, as Terence McKenna had spoken in so many of his lectures, as it's literally we are forming the sound that gives form to our thoughts. In other words, our thought forms. Our thought becomes formed through the sound, through the resonance, the vibratory frequency of the thoughts that we create, and that is how I transfer my thoughts into your mind. And that is how we, essentially, that is a form of telepathy. It is a form of telepathic communication. It's one step further from actually just having our minds meld completely together, as I use my words to transfer my thoughts into your mind, but it's essentially how we communicate telepathically.
As above, so below the belt.
This brings us to the direct correspondence between the vocal cords and the vagina of as above, so below the belt. Therefore they shall know in that day that I am who speaks. Behold, I am. The vocal cords along with the vagina, and as I'm covering here, as well as the third ventricle of the brain, are all represented correspondence of the all-seeing eye and the triangle, as I'm covering here in this segment. All three are intrinsically linked by form, function, and energy. The vocal cords are the gateway of our words, from where words are birthed or ejaculated into existence. The thyroid gland, as well in the throat, is a direct bilateral symmetrical representation, as I've already shown throughout this presentation, somewhat resembling the butterfly, again the bilateral symmetry. Hence the link between fertility problems and the thyroid gland. You start to see how all three, the throat, the brain, and reproductive organs, are directly linked. The overall external image of all the throat organs collectively contained in the muscles has a phallic resemblance. So this again is the direct union of the reproductive organs between the masculine and the feminine, reflected identically in the throat, as above, so below the belt. From inside you see the female, and from outside you see the male, just like the snake. And again, inside the vocal cords and the throat, we see again the Masonic symbolism of the square and the compass, of the diamond, the as above, so below, as well as the twin pillars which flank the throat or the thyroid gland, such as the carotid artery and the internal jugular vein, which represent the twin pillars of Jachin and Boaz. So this is why it's so dangerous to smoke, because when you're smoking, you're drying out the mucous membranes. You are literally burning the cells within the throat, and it dries out the mucous membranes, and it creates inflammation, and it toxifies these organs. It toxifies the filtration organ of the tonsils, and it specifically toxifies the thyroid gland, which is right beneath the vocal cords. This leads to the mutation of the sounds and the energy that is omitted from these organs, from the vocal cords. This destroys your ability to be able to speak properly, to be able to emit the proper sounds from the vocal cords. And this is the element of adding fire to water. The water is the feminine, the internal throat. Such as smoking cigarettes is the masculine fire, ironically phallic. So this onslaught of the fire in the water will destroy the sacred water balance. The throat creates vibrations, sound, and secretions. The vocal cords are the key to creation, just as the vagina is the key to creation. These are both the gateways of birth and creation. And the brain is also a direct correspondence between the throat and the vagina. So the throat is a direct correspondence between the brain and the vagina. So it goes from the brain to the throat to the sacral regions. All of these things are a direct correspondence with each other because they're all essential in the process of creation. You create mentally, and you create vocally and verbally, and you create physically with your genitalia. This is the genesis. This is the birth of the Holy Trinity. The vibration, the thought becomes the vibration, becomes the sound. And the light then becomes matter. God is in the vibration.
When air passes through our vocal cords as we speak or sing, they create a series of sound waves, which we can hear. This series of sound waves we call vibration. The vocal cords create the initial vibrations. This series of sound waves we call vibration. The vocal cords create the initial vibrations, which is the initial tones we hear that begin the sound we make when speaking and singing.
Some scientists have proposed that the answer to the Big Bang riddle lies in the movements of these giant brains.
It's so simple. Here's a brain on which we live, and here's another brain floating in the higher dimension. There's absolutely nothing difficult about imagining that these collide with each other.
According to this idea, sometime before the Big Bang, two brains carrying parallel universes began drifting toward each other. Until
all of that energy has to go somewhere. Where does it go? It goes into the Big Bang. It creates the expansion that we see, and it heats up all the particles in the universe in this big fiery mass.
As if this weren't weird enough, the proponents of this idea make another radical claim. The Big Bang was not a special event. They say that parallel universes could have collided not just once in the past, but again and again.
Again.
The fact is, we don't really know what happens when two brains collide. You can wind up with the same situation we had with the Big Bang. The equations don't make sense.
They have to make a lot of assumptions in their models, and I don't think they've really solved the problem of the Big Bang and string theory.
Now watch and listen as these vocal cords create the vibrations that become our voices.
What is the shape of sound? This is going to surprise you, that those of you who don't know what the shape of sound is, most of you probably think that sound is a wave. And it leaves somebody's mouth, say, or it leaves a loudspeaker, and it goes wiggly, wiggly, wiggly through the air. Well, I have to disappoint you if you think that is the case. Sound does not do that. Sound is actually spherical. So every sound that you've ever heard from the moment of your birth has been spherical. Now here's a nice diagram to demonstrate this, but before we get to the diagram, let me just talk you through the thing. We have vocal folds, little flap of skin that vibrates up and down. What happens in the throat when that little flap of skin vibrates up and down because of the passage of air coming up from our lungs is that a little pearl of sound is created. Here it is, that little pearl. It's a tiny little pearl, spherical pearl of sound. Rapidly expands up our throats, through our mouths. Some of it goes up through our nasal cavities. Two bubbles are formed, one in front of our lips, and one comes down the nasal cavity and joins the main passage of sound out through the mouth. And in a split second, we have this beautiful bubble of sonic energy standing in front of our lips. Of course, it doesn't stand, it actually is moving very fast. But if you can just visualize it statically for a moment. So here it is. Here's the little bubble coming out of the mouth. And on the surface of that bubble is a beautiful pattern. And that is the pattern that represents all the structure in your beautiful voice. And of course, as I said, it doesn't sit there. It rapidly expands away at round about 700 miles an hour. So it's quite hard to kind of visualize, but you can see here a very large sphere that's been drawn, just to give you the impression that it's moving away from the head. And there's a guy standing, blowing bubbles. And you can see straight away, I think you can see on that there's a lot of structure in the bubble. And also, you can see that although the main strength of the bubble is in front of this guy, can you see here that behind, there's another bubble forming behind him. And what actually is happening is, I'll go into this a little bit more detail later, but the sound is refracting backwards. You know, if you're walking behind someone, you can still hear them talking, can't you? Not as loudly, of course, but you can still hear them. Doesn't matter where you are in relation to that person, you will still hear them. And the reason for that is something in science called diffraction. And it's simply the case that the molecules that are being jostled have reactions. They actually bounce backwards as well. A bit like a billiard table or a pool table. You strike the balls and they scatter, but you get reactions in different directions. So some of the energy goes behind the guy. But what is absolutely true is that about a millisecond after the bubble leaves the mouth, if you were to look straight down, say on my head now, and if you could see this sound bubble, it would be totally spherical about my person. Equally behind, equally in front. However, if the energy in the bubble had color, let's say we attribute the color blue to it, then what you would see on the surface of the bubble in front of me would be quite a deep blue, but behind me it would be rather faint blue. So that's just to give you the illustration that there's more intensity in the direction of propagation than there is behind. So is that all fairly clear? I hope so. Anyway, moving on. We've done this little graphic to show that sound is, as I said, not a wave, but in fact a bubble. And all this is taking a slice through the sonic bubble here, and you'll see these rings. Well, what they are representing are the areas of high compression and low compression within the sonic bubble. So right in the center is meant to be the event, as it were. Whatever the event is, it could be my voice, it could be a hand clap, it could be anything, but that's the event right in the center. And then it expands outward in this spherical way, creating areas of high pressure and low pressure. So these are areas where the molecules are all kind of bunched up together, and areas where they're slack, they're not bunched up, they're less compressed, let's say. You don't need to look at the top half, that's just a slice that we've taken off, but the top half would in fact look exactly the same as the bottom half. Now what's this wiggle in the middle? Well, the wiggle in the middle is basically the sine wave. This is what physicists and scientists talk about when they're talking about sinusoidal energy, or they're talking about the sound wave, or they might even be talking about an electromagnetic wave. They still use the same terminology, it's a wave. Well, it isn't a wave. what it is, this is a graph. It's a graph of the energy, of the law of the energy. Let me just explain a little bit more what I mean by that. So if this is the sound bubble at the bottom here, can you see? You might be able to see these little dotted lines going up. Say that one there, for example, if I can hold my hand steady enough, that one there is coming right from the outside of the sphere where it's kind of really dark, meaning that the energy is really compressed in the bubble at that point. So look where it goes on the graph. That goes up to this point here, which is the top of the graph, if you like. This is the high energy. So in graphic terms, that's the top. But look here, this bit here where it's like clear, there's not much compression of sound. In other words, if you go up there, you get to the 0 point, meaning that there's hardly any compression at that point. So if you follow that law, as it were, it's a mathematical law. The way that sound propagates is to what is called a sinusoidal law. Now, you don't need to if you're not mathematicians, or you were never very good at math, you don't need to worry about it. The main thing to remember about this sinusoidal law is that energy can never go from point A to point B instantaneously. It's impossible. To do that, you'd have to exceed the speed of light, and you can't do that. Well, I don't believe you can. The point is that anything, take a pendulum swinging backwards and forwards, it can't go from this extreme to this extreme instantaneously. It takes time. And as it goes backwards and forwards, so it builds up its velocity, comes to a halt, reverses direction, and goes back the other way. This is a periodic motion, backwards and forwards. And that's what sound does. So as this sound sphere is expanding, it is not only expanding, but the outside of it is kind of trembling. It has a tremor. And it's the tremor which is the sound. Yes? And that is what that graph is all about. It's actually showing us that the law of the energy looks like a wave. And this is where the big confusion has come in science. Scientists everywhere talk about sound waves. They also talk about electromagnetic waves. So I need to put you straight on that as well. There's no such thing as an electromagnetic wave. All electromagnetism is spherical. Exactly the same as sound. It's spherical, different kind of energy, but it's still spherical. It might be hard to swallow, but as I said, open your hearts, and maybe it'll go in.
So this is why the language is so important. And this refers to the languages that were dispersed in Babylon. And Babylon, or Akkadian Bavalim, is the gateway of God. In other words, the vaginal, the throat, the vibrational gateway of God.
So yeah, that's just how I would open up the introduction to the importance of the study of communication and linguistics.
Do you think once we know this kind of information, could we separate the vibration of the words from the real meaning? Or because we realized we have been analyzing Spanish, Portuguese, and English, and we realized English is one of the worst programmed languages in the world.
English is very interesting, and it is one of, if not the most recent language. And Spanish, English, Portuguese, they all stem from the root of Latin, which then comes from Greek and comes from Hebrew, and comes from Proto-Indo-European. If you want to consider the mainstream linguistic tree as being valid, which most people like to denounce the mainstream linguistic tree, I find it very useful and very helpful. Another interesting thing when studying the roots and origins of languages, most people want to say that their culture, their civilization is the oldest one, is the one that all the other languages come from. So you got the Irish, the Celts, Irish Celtic language is the oldest, it's the origin. So then you got the Macedonians and the always claiming that their language is the oldest, the Greeks claiming that their language is the oldest. So I get in these debates all the time online with people, about which culture and civilization is the oldest. Everyone, for some reason, has a lot of pride around which culture is the oldest. For me, I personally could care less which is the oldest, which comes from which. It doesn't matter to me, because they all have the same roots. They all share the same traditions, the same stories, the same mythologies, the same megalithic architecture. It was a global, ancient, worldwide civilization. So I don't know why I'm getting into that, but it's just where my thought is leading me. A lot of people always find that interesting. I find it interesting too, but I find it more interesting why that would be so important to people. But yes, language is definitely it's one of the main key tools of control. And again, it's the main tool for control of the mind, because if you can control, as Philip K. Dick had quoted in some of his novels, is if you can control the meaning of the words, you can control the people who must use the words. And we see this in very relevant and very poignant works, such as George Orwell's 1984, such as also Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. And these were very similar parallel works, and these two authors are also very similarly parallel to each other. And I'm not too well versed on the roots of these different authors, but they both have similar motifs in their works of being the control and the manipulation of language to control the population, and to basically maintain the state and the government's control over the people.
Hold on. Father, do you love me?
Jonas, precision of language. Please. What does love mean? Jonas used a word so antiquated that it no longer has any application.
If you ask,
Okay.
do you enjoy me? The answer is certainly yes. Or do Mother and I take pride in your accomplishments? Well, of course we do. Do you understand? Yes. I think I finally do.
In 1984, it was called double speak, and it was the language used by the government. In other words, the utilization of euphemisms to change the meaning of what the term actually is. For example, the United States government uses euphemisms. It used to be called propaganda, and propaganda comes from the Latin roots of to propagate, or to basically to throw out, but its original, I forget the roots off the top of my head, but it originally meant a tool of
Propaganda.
It was originally comes from the meaning of a tool of conveyance by the Vatican, and that's very interesting.
Always the Vatican in the middle.
Exactly, yes, because the church was originally the main source of propaganda. Is they would steal people's cultural roots and their cultural history, basically through their stories, their mythologies, their own theologies, their own cultural histories, their own religions, and the Vatican would or religions in general would steal from other cultures and change the meanings of them in order to gain a greater following, to basically to enslave and to conquer new nations and new peoples, and to incorporate those peoples under one rulership, under one government, essentially.
Cullen, maybe the Vatican, they know the real meaning of the words, but they teach the another meaning of to the population. Then the population, they know one meaning of this word, and the Vatican, they know the real meaning of the word. But that is very interesting that you are talking to us, that if we know the real meaning of the word, we can manage the population. We can manage the people. That is true.
Because look at the word shepherd, el pastor in español. It's clear, clear as water.
Yes.
But the thing that I'm talking to the people, at the population, the people, the common people, they don't know the real meaning of the word, and Church, the Vatican, they know.
They have hidden the information.
They have hidden all the information of the real meaning of the words.
Yes, the Vatican has basically the largest library and archive of ancient works and ancient knowledge in the world. It literally ranked in the catacombs under the Vatican, miles and miles of basically untouched archives and untouched texts that very few people are allowed to actually enter those catacombs and to look at some of that knowledge that the Vatican has archived. And the Vatican has stolen all of that knowledge and all those archives from the Library of Alexandria from ancient Egypt, which was the biggest library to ever exist in the history of the world. And the Library of Alexandria was very prolific in their translation of texts from all over the world. It was the cultural hub of trade and commerce of the ancient world. And so any ship that came into the bay of Alexandria, they would immediately board those ships. They would confiscate all the books on the ship, and they would copy all the texts down, and they would translate them into multiple different languages immediately. And then they would return a copy they would keep the original book for the library, and then they would issue a copy to the ship that they had confiscated the text from. So very interesting practice and very, very wise from my perspective. I think that's a very smart thing to do. But I'm sure the owners of the original, they're like, hey, I want it. I don't know if they want the original text for themselves, but it's a very interesting practice. But yes. So the original meanings of the words is in the study of the etymology of language, or just the etymology of anything in general. The etymology literally comes from the etymology of etymology, means the etym, meaning the true sense. So etymology literally means the study of the true sense of a word, or not just words, but anything in general. So studying the true meanings of something. And the root etymon of etymology is etym, is currently, and there's various different spellings and transliterations of etym in Hebrew you have emet, which is the same meaning, truth. Etym literally means the truth. It means the true sense, the true foundation from which things spring, which we attribute these things to the archetypes that we know of in nature, which is the plant, which is the tree. Stemming from the seed, the core foundation of all knowledge, and then that seed sprouts and it stems, roots, and branches, and it branches off into history as we know it. So by getting to the most core foundation, that seed from which all things spring forth, in other words, like a wellspring, a spring of knowledge, a fountain that springs forth this water, this fountain of truth, this fountain of life, this elixir of life, that we know of as language, because language is essentially, it is living, it is evolving, it's ever growing and ever changing. And it is that sense of how things change and the study of how things change over time that we gain a deeper understanding and a deeper knowledge of how things, how they affect us in our personal lives today, as well as throughout the ancient world and throughout history. And so by corrupting and changing and altering the people's perception of what that true history was, it makes people far more susceptible to either repeating the mistakes of ancient history, or it makes them more susceptible to giving their personal power away to basically to an authoritarian figure, in other words, like the government.
I wish I had been there when the memories returned. They were the truth. The elders and their rules were the lie. So I do not apologize.
Or who tries to seek control over the populace by the manipulation of language and words. Confucius had said that wisdom is calling things by their true names. And so, in other words, by calling things by what it actually is. So this is how government uses essentially, they used to call it propaganda. Now they changed the word propaganda because that sounds too obvious as to what it is. It sounds like control of people's minds. So they changed it to something more that sounds nicer to the public. So they changed it to public relations. PR is what it's known as today. Every corporation, every company has a public relations branch that deals with interfacing, between the corporation and the public. So in other words, if the corporation is doing something horribly evil, and the public is going to find out about it, then they're going to, arrest everybody in the corporation who's doing this evil. So the way they control that is they conduct public relations. So they make things sound a lot better than they actually are. They make it sound a lot nicer than it actually is. And they make it sound like they're doing good things when they're actually doing very, very bad things. So that's how public relations or propaganda and what things actually are manipulated to sound like something that it's not in any way, shape, or form. And we see this more and more happening throughout our world nowadays, especially in certain European countries in the European Union, with censorship of free speech, and we see this especially in the United States as well now with political correctness, and these different ways of controlling what people say.
Mr. Hill, I feel that you're coming from an anger mindset, and if you're projecting this anger onto me...
Mister, I have not begun to project my anger onto you.
Please, Mr. Hill, loud is not allowed.
What the? Loud is not allowed? Now you listen to me, mister. Oh, when I think of all my hard-earned tax dollars going to propane and propane accessories, it just makes me want to... Oh, God, it just... Son, have you lost your mind?
Wait, Dad, you're not supposed to yell at me anymore. The guy from the States said your hostility invalidates our parent-child contract.
You're quoting that twig boy at me?
Hi, the neighbors. Remember, he said loud is not allowed, Dad, or they'll take me away.
By basically, controlling, what people understand things to mean. For in other words, a very prominent example of this is the usage of how language originally comes from symbols. Symbolism is one of the main foundational aspects of language, and the study of this, the way that symbols mean things to our perception is called semiotics or semiology. And semiotics is the study of how symbols control our perception and how language directly arises from symbols. For in other words, letters are literally nothing but symbols. They are glyphs. They are pictographs. And these letters, originally, they came from pictures of objects, which are used to convey what something is in our world. And so by the study of symbols, you get a deeper meaning of how things originally worked in the world and where things go back to their universal roots. For example, like the swastika is one of the most outlawed and one of the most forbidden symbols to use. And it's literally, I can't even share it. So originally, like if I wanted to share an image on Facebook about, how the constellation of the Big Dipper, how from certain countries, certain parts of the world during different seasons, it basically, due to the rotation of the Earth, it shifts in its axis. So in other words, it makes literally a swastika symbol. So in other words, it's essentially one of the root origins of the swastika symbol. And if you want to share something like that astronomical knowledge, that knowledge of how astronomy works, the stars and the motion of the heavens, if you want to share that with somebody on Facebook, you can't, because you will get banned because it's deemed as hate speech. For example, like I've tried to share that image of, the universal knowledge of how the constellations change over time, and my post got banned for being hate speech because it is the symbol of the swastika, which is related. We associate that with Hitler and the Nazis, but that's not at all what it's actually related to. That's not what it means. That's not where it comes from. That's not, it's basically, it's how symbols and words have been stolen and corrupted throughout history and throughout time. And it's just a travesty the way this goes on and how it happens, and especially without people even realizing it.
Yeah, because it's said that the svastika is a vortex. It's like an energy.
Exactly.
All right, so you got to get a look at this. So apparently the Swedish government is looking to ban ancient rune letterings as hate against ethnic groups. So according to this, I'm not sure if this is all entirely true or not, but apparently the Swedish government is deciding whether to ban the use of ancient Norse runes amid fears that the hate symbols may inspire white supremacy and be used by neo-Nazi groups. See, again, such as Norse symbols such as Thor's hammer, the imagery of Vikings, and traditional jewelry, as RT reports, as Russia Today reports. This legislation would prohibit the use of runes, the origins of an entire culture and civilization, symbols and language, which literally comes from, these are universal symbols of ancient mathematics, geometry, cosmology, knowledge of the human physiology. There's so many aspects of reality that are encoded and embedded within these symbols and within these the alphabet, the language itself. This is not just a runic alphabet. This is an entire language that they are trying to extinct here because language is being deemed as hate symbols and hate speech because of what certain people and certain groups and certain ideologies would have you believe these things mean. This is a war on consciousness, is what we're talking about. The government is at war with cultural root history, with humanity's origins and the basic wisdom and knowledge of the most fundamental aspect of our existence, which is nature itself. Nature, physics, science, and human consciousness and how they all interact and influence each other. You know, you can't just outright ban tools. You can't ban a tool or an object or a thing because of the way that people choose to use them. You can't ban the thing for the choice that the human makes, such as, whether it's a gun or whether it's a hammer or a kitchen knife or any type of tool that can be used for both good or ill purposes. They can be used and misused and abused just the way that language can, because just the way that words can be likened to swords, but they are not swords. Words cannot pierce you and kill you. You cannot get physically injured or physically wounded by words, and nor should you. And this is the whole New Age fallacy, is everyone's, oh, words are, and see, I sort of started this also with my original presentation where I included the phrase that words are swords, and I likened that just for the thrill of wordplay. I wasn't actually, I wasn't being literal there, which, this whole, New Age deception is being so literal about it. Words can hurt. They can hurt your feelings, and that can affect your emotions and your mental state of health, and you can really hurt people with your words, and it's that person's responsibility to not be penetrated and to not be hurt by words alone. Words cannot actually physically cause you injury, to where if you go to a court of law and you have to place your hand on the victim and say, where have you been injured? Which part can you place your hand on the shoulder of the injured party? And if there's no physical injury there to demonstrate, oh yeah, it broke his arm actually, then there is no crime. Words are not a crime. You cannot have hate speech, because words can do no harm unless you mean what you want them to mean. You can curse somebody out in any language and it affects them not, unless they know what you're saying and they also agree to that and they choose to let it affect them. It's up to the responsibility lies on the individual to not be hurt by words or by sounds or by symbols. It's open to interpretation. The viewer or the receiver is the one who holds the power to be affected by it or to hold the power over it. Unless we're talking about defamation. defamatory public defamation statements, which is different. And again, it's not a criminal offense, it's a civil offense. And that's only if you can prove damages through, such as, for example, what happened to Johnny Depp by Amber Heard. But I'm not talking about public defamation. I'm talking about actual physical harm. I'm talking about physical bodily injury, not reputation.
Sexist! Racist!
Yeah.
We know. Everyone's a racist, sexist Nazi.
What did you do this time? Sneeze too loudly?
Sexist! Nazi! Racist! Sexist! Nazi!
But maybe they are also banning it because they don't want us to know the truth.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And again, the truth, the root meanings of the word etymology, it literally means the truth is the root. The root is the truth, or the seed, the very core foundation. It's, in other words, something cannot stand firm. It can't stand. So if you think of a tree cannot stand strong and weather the storm of time and the tests of time that are attacking this thing, unless its roots are deep in a solid foundation, which is the way we build our architectural structures. We lay the solid foundation, which will stand firm. That's what a foundation means. Foundation comes from the roots of literally to stand firm, to stand strong. And you can't stand strong in the truth if you don't have the truth, if you don't know the truth. So that's why truth is literally comes from the root meanings of the root itself. Truth is the root. The root is the truth. And so it's just an interesting way that works.
It's for that we must know the root. Where is the real root? Where is? Because they teach to us. I think in the school they don't teach us the reality, the truth. Because they say to us maybe it's the Greek, others say maybe it's in Mesopotamia, maybe it's in Anatolia, maybe it's in Iran we say, Iran, Persia, Iran, Persia, maybe it's India, but I think they know, but they don't want we know and we understand where is the starting of all this, the root of the language that we are speaking now. Because if we know the starting, if we know the real meaning, the root, we can manage our programmation like a biorobot. But we don't know. Then we are robots that we are moving out with automatic control. No, automatic without control, we cannot be under proprio control.
Self-control.
With self-control, we cannot. For the moment, the most of the population they are managed with the control ajeno. ¿Cómo se puede decir?
Alien control, outside control.
Outside control.
Not our own control.
Not our own control.
Yes.
Yeah, like robots, like program robots.
Yes, now we are like biorobots without self-control.
Yes, that's right. And like any type of programming, what you put in or what you code, what you put in is what you get back out. So if you program something with bad code, the result that you're going to get is bad behavior, and that is exactly how certain groups of people, very bad people in the world, that's how they actually influence people in order to get to literally like a virus in a computer system. They put in bad code in order to influence bad behavior in people. And because that benefits them, because that gives them, it elevates them to a higher sense of power than they actually would have, in a healthy in a healthy world. For example, like say your certain factions of governments and certain factions of secret societies and satanic groups and people who desire control over other people because they're not comfortable in themselves just being who they are. They don't feel important enough as they are, so they have to elevate themselves by controlling other people and manipulating other people. And we see this in psychosis in forms like narcissism and sociopathy and psychopathy, and people who have this sense of, it's a lack of sense of self, and it's also an over-aggrandizing of their self-importance. So they place themselves as more important than everybody else, and so this is why they would use control to seek power over other people, and that's exactly how programming. Especially, this gets us again into language where we have neuro-linguistic programming. And so the neuro-linguistic programming is the study of how language literally, it influences our behaviors, and it influences our perception of not just ourselves, but of our worldview at large. And I'll be doing future presentations about how this language, especially in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, is used, especially by very seemingly loving people, and especially in the New Age community, is programming is very popular. But there are ways that not so good ideologies are being are being seeded in people's minds through the New Age. So New Age isn't bad in and of itself. It comes mostly from ancient beliefs, ancient mythologies, ancient practices, and ancient cultural norms of the time. But there's many ways that that is fallacious. But I'm going to be doing future presentations that I haven't revealed to anyone yet about the various ways that language is used to control our minds, and especially we see this in a lot of movies and a lot of ancient stories and a lot of myths. And it's essentially we can liken it to the story of the Garden of Eden, where the serpent, basically he whispers into Eve's ear, and we associate the serpent to being deceptive or to being evil, when it could be the exact opposite. It could be he was wise, at least. So the serpent is an ancient symbol of wisdom, because in ancient language and ancient linguistic roots, the serpent is associated with sharpness of vision. And this comes from the ancient Greek language of in Hebrew as well, of ophio, which literally means sharpness of vision in the Strong's Hebrew lexicon. And so it was seen that the serpent has a vision, an ability to perceive beyond what the typical human perception can see.
Ah, Jafar, my most trusted advisor. I am in desperate need of your wisdom.
My life is but to serve you, my lord.
And this attributes scientifically as the serpent can literally, they have a heat sensing vision, so they can see in the infrared spectrum, so they can see beyond what human perception can see. They can see heat, like many animals can. Many animals can sense outside of our electromagnetic spectrum of ultraviolet and infrared. They can see heat, they can see ultraviolet rays and all of that.
Snakes have sight beyond sight because they can see in the infrared spectrum. So in other words, they have heat vision. They can sense infrared heat. So they have thermal vision. So they can see beyond the typical spectrum of visible light that humans can see. So they have the sight beyond sight. And they sense this heat around them by taking in, they smell through their tongue, but they also send information into the heat-sensing membranes, which allows them to have the thermal vision. And these two cones, or these cones of vision, overlap directly at the center, leaving a perfectly visible Vesica Pisces geometry visual pattern. the eye of the snake, the third eye, the all-seeing eye, the parietal eye, a vestigial remnant of the reptilian anatomy, the reptilian physiology, which the human brain is segmented into three main segments. You have the pons, or in other words, the brain stem, which regards to survival and direct basic needs, and then you have the midbrain, which relates to emotions, and which is the mammalian brain, which relates to emotions and temperature regulation and hormone production. And then you have the newest development of the brain, which is the neocortex, which is related to higher thinking and higher cognitive abilities, rational functioning, problem solving. So the reptilian portion of the brain is referring to the most basic urges of human nature, which is survival and the basic needs of human survival. Again, the inner eye, the third eye, as everyone knows by now, the pineal gland, is regulated by the Kundalini serpent energy of the body's central nervous ganglia. In other words, gangs or networks of glial cells, of glia, which are neural cells, which represents enlightenment, or in other words, light within the mind. The serpent energy represents life, rebirth, fertility, divinity, and royalty, as shown by the basilisk, which means king serpent, which comes from the root word of basil, which means king or royalty, basil or basil, king or royalty, which is exactly why the king pharaohs wore the uraeus cobra, or in other words, the king cobra on the third eye, which just so happens that the pons, the brainstem, and the thalamus portion of the inner brain is known as the reptilian complex, which corresponds to the very base of animal functioning, the basic animal nature, or in other words, the base, which means the very base of the human brain, the bottommost segment of the human brain, which relates directly to survival and instinct, which is why it's called the basal ganglia, or the basal ganglia. Literally means the base of the brain. It's the most basic ganglia of the human brain, which is why the base of the brain, or the basal ganglia, looks exactly like a hooded cobra standing on its tail, standing erect. Exactly like the uraeus cobra on the pharaoh's third eye, stands erect, which is a direct representation of the pons. It's a direct representation of the reptilian complex of the human brain. It's a direct representation of royalty, of the king's chamber, of the third ventricle, the serpent, the snake eye.
And so now you finally understand why the pharaoh's headdress is designed strategically, specifically, to allude to the process of enlightenment of the serpent, the light of the serpent of light. Yet again, the serpent clan, wise as serpents, the dragon lineage.
I'm a snake.
The pineal gland is the only midline brain structure that is unpaired or azygous. It's not directly bisymmetrical, and it takes its name from its pine cone shape.
This is
Jaime Lannister into doors. Who's that?
Jaime fucking Lannister.
Only one God can save us, but not without his eyes.
Jamie?
That's a storm. Sets hunters riding from patches. We should run! Run? We mortals do it all the time!
Ages have passed since the gods walked among us.
Sugar, do we have worm sign?
Close your eyes. See the snake.
Moses.
Kiss the serpent. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. If we kiss it without fear, it'll take us through the garden.
Is it a dream where you see yourself standing in sort of sun god robes on a pyramid with 1,000 naked women?
Ride the snake.
We have one sign the likes of which even God has never seen.
Then you shouldn't be afraid to ride. Ride the snake.
Hello and welcome to the $100,000 pyramid, our guest. Can't you feel the darkness?
I'm a knight. I'm a knight from the sea.
Under that is just a big ugly eye and I hate it.
Only one God can save us, but not without his eyes.
Through the all-seeing eye.
Snake eyes! You got snake eyes! A snakeskin jacket! I found it! Him! Then!
It's a third-degree master mason of the Blue Line.
Hey!
Yes, so yet again we have the essence of the serpent and the eye of the serpent or the snake eye, representing the symbol of enlightenment. Again, the serpent of light, representing the serpent of the cosmic light, as well as the solar light, electric light, the electromagnetic plasmoid. And so we are yet again referring to the essence of the sight of the serpent sight, and the serpent of light, and the light of electricity, and enlightenment of consciousness.
Oh my god, the satanic!
And so this is how yet again the eye associated to light and enlightenment, and the eye associated with the sun is via what's known as the sundog, which is where the light refracts in a 360 degree spherical manner around as a halo around the sun due to the level of ice crystals in the atmosphere. And so again, we have the sun associated to the light and so associated with enlightenment, and literally the eye of God, or the eye of the sun, which contains the cosmic eye within its core, as the god Hurricane, the eye of God, the eye of Ra. The eye of Ra was actually the eye of Saturn, or in other words, as Tolkien depicted, the eye of Sauron. Again, the evil eye, basically the serpent, the reptilian eye, the snake eye, as I covered so in depth in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3 as well. But so we'll have to go back and I'll have to tie that into here as well, just to show you how significant this is. And so again, as Jormungandr in Norse mythology, there also is another story in the legends of the Norse, of a story of a king and who adopted a small lindworm, or a serpent monster, as a gift to his daughter. Eventually it grows so large that it encircles the girl's home. The king promises the daughter's hand in marriage to whoever kills the beast, and eventually the feat is accomplished by Ragnar Lodbrok, a legendary Norse Viking. And later Ragnar is said to have had a son, and the son is born with the strange image in his eye, basically a defect or a type of image in his eye that was equated as the serpent as a white snake, or the Ouroboros encircling his iris, biting its own tail. Therefore, the son was named Sigurd, Snake in the Eye. So in other words, yet again, the archetypal universal connection to the snake eye, or the serpent in the eye, the snake eyes. And we covered this so much, literally almost the entire Symbols of Power Part 2 film was dedicated entirely to the symbolism of the serpent and the snake eye. So I'll give you a few examples here just to tie this in, to show you how significant it is. But please go back and watch the Symbols of Power Part 2 film once again and revisit that film.
In the villa of all men, in the villa of all men, stands a solitary candle. At the center of it all, at the center of it all.
The mind's eye, the third eye, lies directly in the center of the human skull. The pineal is sensitive to light and generates its own source of perceptual light as dimethyltryptamine. It's known as the seat of the soul and the receptor of consciousness. It is the receiver of sight beyond sight.
The Eye of Thundera, a Thundercat's in danger.
The wavelength beyond the visible light spectrum of far infrared to ultraviolet. Your spiritual eyes, the eyes that you use to see when dreaming, the eyes that see in the dark when you sleep. The solitary candle that burns throughout the night. It is said, if thine eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light.
And notice how it's called the Villa of Ormond, which, when he says it in his English accent, sounds exactly similar to the Villa of Amen, which, as I've covered in one of my previous articles, the Villa of Amen of the human skull, the foramen being a hole where the nerves pass through. So it's the chamber of Amen, the solitary candle, the eternal flame, the light within the mind, the torch that bears through the underworld, the torch that is lit to carry through the underworld. All this is leading us to the rudimentary eye in the human brain. The pitta linked to the word ophthalmos. Ophthalmos is ancient Greek meaning eye, as in the all-seeing eye, the pineal gland. The pitta that Iamblichus is writing about in his book De Mysteris Egyptorium, as the creative intellect, the lord of the truth and knowledge,
the Pitta who will become Pitta. All the past and all the secrets are in the words and the sounds. A long journey from the origins for the most sacred artifact of Egypt. The word ophthalmos, secularly described as being from the root words ops, meaning eye, see optic. A form related to thalamus, meaning inner room or chamber, or in other words, the third ventricle, the innermost chamber, the Holy of Holies. So ophthalmos, meaning eye, is a compound word composing of eye and thalamus, meaning inner room chamber of the inner eye. And I've gotten into arguments with Stephen Banker's of Spirit Science and Metaphysics website over all this theology and the etymology. He claims that ophthalmos can't possibly be talking about the pineal gland, can't possibly be referring to the third eye, and it simply is used in the context regarding the external eyes. But that is not true at all, and I will prove that through the etymology. See, again, they say that it comes from the word ops, meaning eye, plus thalamus. They would have you believe that ophthalmos is a compound word of ops plus thalamus, but that's not the case at all. The prefix of the word-forming element ophi, O-P-H-I, however, refers to a serpent or snake. So look at the word again. It's ophthalmos, not ophthalmos. From the point of view of biological evolution, the pineal gland represents a kind of atrophied photoreceptor, which means a receiver of light. In the epithalamus of some species of amphibians and reptiles, such as snakes, it's linked to a vestigial organ known as the parietal eye. A parietal eye, also known as a third eye or pineal eye, is photoreceptive, meaning receptive to light. It's a receiver of light, and it's sensitive to light, and it emits its own light, and is associated with the pineal gland, regulating circadian rhythmicity, sleep and wake cycle, and hormone production for thermal regulation, body temperature regulation. The very fact that thalamus alone means inner chamber is a dead giveaway that it's referring to the third eye, the Holy of Holies, as it corresponds to Solomon's temple, the third ventricle of the human brain, which is direct midline between the left and right ventricles, or the twin, which are known as the twin pillars. So it's the third pillar of Freemasonry, which stands directly between the two pillars of the sun and the moon, the left and the right hemispheres, the left and the right ventricle, the twin pillars, of which the third pillar stands directly in the center, hence the third eye and the third ventricle.
And just to clarify, this graphic, this concept of the pyramid overlaid with the brain is originally the research of Gary Osborne. However, it should be made very crystal clear that the concept of the head being symbolically represented as encapsulated by the pyramid, by the triangle, goes way back to ancient times of the Pythagoreans, to the Elder Cathedral art, the stained glass artwork. It's a very ancient concept. It is embedded in the subliminal, symbolic concept of the very linguistics and the etymology, as I will be covering much deeper in future presentations, as the very etymology of the cap itself, the capstone, which literally means the head, the capitus, the capital, the head. It means the uppermost, the top, the pinnacle, the apex. It's embedded into the language itself. I mean, literally, for someone to think that they originally came up with this is utterly ridiculous. Although this image and the concept of the pyramid overlaid with the brain is the research of Gary Osborne, so I need to clarify that. However, yet again, I mean, I've completely shown the etymology and the linguistics here, which is entirely independent of that. From the very etymology of the ophthalmos, as we will be covering in this video, and the very etymology of the ophis, which means the serpent, also means the reference to wisdom. Literally means with the sharpness of vision. So we're talking about the innermost chamber. And again, as I've covered, the etymology of the fornix is literally the furnace,
the innermost it literally means a vaulted archway, hence why I was talking about the fornix referring to a vaulted archway, hence why it literally links mentally to the vaulted archway or the king's queen's chamber, the vaulted archway inside the pyramid. It's not hard to come to, and it's not like you have to rip off somebody else's work in order to come to these conclusions entirely independently just by studying the linguistics and the symbolism alone. It is there.
So refer to this amulet of King Tutankhamun's tomb, the amulet of the Uraeus serpent, where the Uraeus symbol was made to represent the goddess Wadjet, which was the ancient Egyptian serpent goddess. It was a serpent deity, and what this amulet is depicting with the Uraeus is it's depicting snake eyes.
So we had just covered the significance of the connection to the sun with the Ouroboros, or the world cosmic serpent, and again through the symbolism and the actual science of Birkeland currents. Yet again, the connections to the sun run very deep with the cosmic serpent or with the Ouroboros symbolism. So this goes all the way back to ancient Egyptian symbolism of the Uraeus serpent, basically the sun disk. And I could go so deep. I mean, this opens up a can. I could go so deep into the symbolism of why it's the solar disk and why it's the halo, it's the halos, and the entire etymology and symbolism of the sun and the ring of light and the halo and the enlightenment and the corona and the crown and the keren and the crown of thorns and the crown of horns and the solar enlightenment, the aura, the aureos, the aureola, the laureate, why you wear the crown of the sun, the crown of the halo, the crown of the king, on and on and on. But I mean, that will open up a whole can. So that will be entirely covered in future entire full films on its own, as well as will be written so much more as basically the whole theme of my books coming out. And the first images of the Ouroboros being associated to the Eye of Ra, or in other words, the Eye of Horus. Such as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 2, is the significance of both the serpent and the eye. And this again brings us back to the North Pole of Saturn and the Ouroboros, or the cosmic serpent, being symbolized as the world serpent, the Aurora Borealis on the North Pole of Saturn, surrounding literally what is the cosmic eye, or the Eye of Ra, because in ancient Egyptian theology or cosmology, Ra was actually attributed to Saturn, not necessarily the sun, or what we would call Sol, Greek Helios, in other words, our current, our orange or white sun in the sky. And this of course brings us into the huge subject, which is a central theme to many of my full videos and full presentations and many of my previous articles and presentation works, revolving around the revelations of Immanuel Velikovsky, as well as the subsequent Thunderbolts project and David Talbot's The Saturn Myth, as well as a good friend and colleague of his, Wallace Thornhill, and the entire Thunderbolts cosmology project, which again, my work ties heavily into adding much more mythology and much more symbolism and ancient cosmology and theology to that body of works that they have provided, which dovetails entirely in with that. But so to not rehash too much of that information, this gets us back into all of that entire theme of the ancient Saturn as being the best sun, being overthrown by our modern sun, or what we now know as Sol, Helios, which were confused between being Saturn and the sun that as we know it today. And I've covered in numerous videos and presentations as to why that is, and the real reason as to why that is could have also been, being a central sun within our solar system as well. Beyond all of that is the actual universal truth, and the reason behind that being, it's the duality of the sun, the two suns, the two brothers, the two twins between Horus and Set, the light sun and the dark sun, the white sun and the black sun, that overthrow and overturn one another, which is the symbolism of the ancient Egyptian Ouroboros as being half white, half black. It basically a Western rendition of the yin yang, which itself is a rendition of the Taurus dynamic, which as we've covered in the beginning of this film. So it's again a rehashing of that twin duality polarity dynamic that reverses polarity and it flips, and it reverses axial polarity and it flips on itself. As we experience every seasonal year on a macrocosmic scale, as the sun, as this ruled by the sun and ruled by the black sun of Saturn as winter. So in other words, we're talking about the duality of the bicycle of the year, summer and winter, the oak king and the holly king. And so now you understand why the night king, the king of the winter season, is the horned one, is the horned god. Two brothers or the two sisters, the red queen and the white queen, that overthrow, and they always struggle and they fight with one another, Jacob and Esau, on and on and on. These dualities between all, encompassed in all of the mythologies and all of the archetypal stories and theologies the world over. Quote from some of David Talbot's works here, and as well as many of the ancient historians also attribute, such as Hyginus in listing the planets' names, first Jupiter, then the planet of Sol, others say of Saturn, or a Greek ostracon cited by the eminent classicist Franz Boll identifies Egyptian sun god Ra not with our sun but with the planet Saturn. This repeated the confusion of the sun and Saturn, which seems to make no sense at all, and which the Babylonians, the founders of astronomy, identified as the exemplary light of heaven, the sun god Shamash. Shamash is the planet Saturn, the astronomical texts say. In archaic copies of Plato's Timaeus, the word for the planet Saturn is Helios, the sun god. Popular Greek traditions identified Saturn as Kronos, alter ego of Helios, and Kronos is said to have ruled over the pole. The Popol Vuh, lauded as the Mayan Bible, attests to the same idea. The natives of Mexico recall that prior to the present age, an exemplary sun ruled the world, but this was not the sun of today. His name was Quetzalcoatl, or in other words, the feathered serpent, the plumed serpent. And particularly Quetzal literally means long green feather, particularly because it comes from the quetzal bird, known for its long green feathers, and this is why Quetzalcoatl is attributed to the color green or turquoise green. The direct correlation with the aurora borealis, as I call it, the aurora, the green glow, the green halo, the green ring of light of the northern lights. And of course, Quetzalcoatl, or also Aztec correspondent as Kukulkan, is attributed to the resurrected god, the resurrected deity, the rebirthing, the reborn. Again, the serpent aspect of resurrection and rebirth, which is why the Quetzal bird is literally the South American attribution of the Asian and the Western version of the phoenix, the bird of resurrection, the long feathered tailed bird which is seen flying as the feathered dragon flying through the sky, flying through the air, once again corresponding directly with the aurora borealis and the cosmic serpent as well. So on many scales and many aspects, this is universal truth. The unbelievable synchronicity here is that Aztec word, the equivalent of Quetzal, is Aztec kukul, meaning feather, once again. So, and this is no coincidence as to why, according to what I am going to be breaking down in many of my future presentations and articles and books and everything, is this huge science that I'm decoding of onomantia, which is where your name literally determines the characteristics and the qualities that correlate with your life and your personality, the characteristics of who you are and what you achieve and what you become in life. Is there's a direct two-way correspondence between that resonance of the word and of the name with the actual events that occur and what becomes of you in life, such as the example of August Kekule, or in other words August Kukul, was famously known for his discovery of atomic structure, of the benzene molecular structure, when he took a nap by his fireplace while he was frustrated looking for answers as to the structure of this chemical compound of benzene. And while dreaming, he explored the image of atoms working together and eventually appearing to move and writhe like snakes or serpents in his vision. Suddenly, one of the snakes grabbed its tail in his mouth, prompting Kekule to awaken. This vision of the Ouroboros in atom form inspired Kekule to continue working out his equations until he was able to prove the form of the benzene molecule. And so again, his name was Kekule. Kukul which is literally the feathered, the green serpent, the feathered Aztec serpent, Kekul and Kukul. And we will get so much deeper into this in my future presentation, breaking down the KKK and the elongated skulls and so much more about the grand wizardry of the KKK, white supremacy, and you could wonder how this and Kek and so much more, and Kuk and so much more that goes in with that. It's an incredibly astonishing presentation, and I'm almost finished with that. It's been almost finished for several years now. I haven't been able to complete that, but we'll get so much deeper into that in future books, films, presentations, what have you. Future, and we have covered in previous presentations, is again Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, is the ring, the halo around the sun, of the corona of the sun, the ring of light. Again, the halo, the halos, literally means a ring of light around a sun or a star. And so this is again the feathers, the plumes of the solar corona, the crown of the king of heaven, the crown of the sky. Again, the keren, the Hebrew keren, comes from, literally means horn, and it's the root word for crown. So in other words, the crown of horns, and it's the root word that gives us Kronos, Greek Kronos, corona, coronae, coronation, on and on and on. The root words of QRN, keren, which gives us corn, the hard and upper, keratin, the root substance of the hardness of the horn, which is rooted at the hardest part of the head, which is the top of the head, which is what literally a corn means. It means the hardest part, where the crown literally means the top or the uppermost part of the head. So this is why we have the crown of horns, the crown of thorns, the corona, the ring of light, the halo of halos, which halos literally means this, which means the sun. It means it's a halide, it's a solar gas. And the Maya maintained essentially the same idea, calling the primeval sun god Huracan, who was a one-legged serpent deity, equivalent to Greek Typhon, which was the typhoon. The serpent deity of chaos and destruction, of primordial waters. In other words, a huracan as hurricane. Again, the cosmic serpent, the cosmic Birkeland currents, which turn and whirl the world about on its axis. Tiamat in half, made from her ribs the vault of heaven and earth. And from this her tail became the Milky Way, the serpent tail of the Milky Way, which, as I will show here, the Milky Way, the dark rift, the gape, the gap, the gaping void of the great goddess of the womb, of the sky, of the abyss, is also the serpent goddess, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, the rainbow serpent, which lies above. In Chaos Conf, the motifs of other mythologies linked directly or indirectly to the Tiamat myth, including Greek tradition of Apollo's slaying of the Python. And this ties in exactly to the Greek mythology, which comes from the Egyptian mythology, the bark of Ra, who battles with the serpent monster Apophis, the chaos monster, in order for the rule of the cosmos, the order to emerge from the chaos of the cosmos. In the Greek myth of Zeus battling the serpent monster Typhon for the rule of the cosmos. When Zeus slays Typhon, the serpent monster of chaos, and defeated, Typhon is cast down into Tartarus by the angry Zeus. The serpent water god Typhon, where we get the typhoon, the water storm of destruction. Hercules, who slays the Hydra. The clash of the Titans, referring to the primordial chaos, a cataclysmic era in the past of when the planets were according to Immanuel Velikovsky, were worlds in collision. The planets were in conflict, and vast electrical discharges being emitted between the two, the time of great cataclysm. And this relates to the field of cymatics, which is the sound resonance, where particles within a medium will vibrate at specific rates, at specific frequencies, and will achieve exceedingly increasing rates of higher order. But those periods of order have to transition through periods of chaos. And this is likely what happens in planetary solar systems throughout the universe, is when they enter energetic resonances of higher order, the particles, the planets within this medium will engage through periods of chaos until they achieve higher magnitudes of order, or higher structure of order, through those periods of chaos. The name Tiamat is a cognate for the word sea, Tiamat has also been claimed to be cognate with the Northwest Semitic Tehom, meaning the deeps, abyss, in the book of Genesis. Robert Graves considered Tiamat's death by Marduk as evidence for his hypothesis of an ancient shift in power from a matriarchal society to the later patriarchal society. Graves' ideas were later developed into the Great Goddess theory. Theory suggests that Tiamat and other ancient monster figures were presented as former supreme deities of peaceful, woman-centered religions that were turned later into monsters when violent. In other words, they were later demonized and cast down. Their defeat at the hands of the male hero corresponded to the manner in which male-dominated religions overthrew an ancient peaceful society. In Greek mythology, Poseidon sent the sea monster, the sea serpent monster, Cetus, who was defeated by Perseus, who Perseus slayed the serpent sea monster. He slayed the kraken, the monster of the deep waters.
Is the way that we associate this to basically to being sharp of the tongue. In other words, being very gifted with the tongue and gifted with the speech in order to control people's minds. And we know this through various stories such as J.R.R. Tolkien's works of The Lord of the Rings, and where one of his main evil sidekicks to the evil character Sauron was known as Wormtongue. And Wormtongue, the roots of worm literally comes from the Norse roots of orm, which means snake or serpent. And so the worm originally means serpent. It means snake. So worm tongue literally means speaking with a forked tongue. In other words, with a serpent's tongue. So it's referring to the gift. And so worm tongue controls the true king of the land. He controls the king by whispering dark spells into his ear, by whispering these curses or these spells into his ears to control the king's mind. So he keeps him under a dark spell through his forked tongue. And we find this all throughout cultural myths. We find it in Aladdin, where the evil sorcerer Jafar, he carries the serpent staff, so he carries the wisdom and the magic and the sorcery of the serpent. And he controls people's minds. He keeps them under a spell by manipulating them with the serpent staff, which is symbolic of the serpent's tongue, which is symbolic of the language controlling their mind and keeping them under a spell.
The slippery snake in the grass does this, and this reminds me back to, I played a character back in 6th grade in drama, in theater. I played the evil villain, and his name was Silas Snake Breath. I mean, see, these essences, they play out throughout our lives in so many ways that we don't even realize until we start to awaken to them. But yeah, so I was literally the character, I was Silas Snake Breath, who was a snake oil salesman. That's a lot of alliteration right there. But yeah, it's so poignant, and it means so that's the whole main essence of what this new presentation that I will be working on. And although I'm basically revealing the whole thing to you right here, not the whole thing, but it's not as nearly as well written as I have it in the full presentation and as it will be. But this is just a rough draft, and we'll go over this content. Why not cover it multiple times in multiple different ways? But so this is going to bring us right back full circle, back around to everything that we've already covered, again, back in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3. Literally the entire context of both of those entire films. We're coming full circle back into getting the exact same thing. So the snake oil is, again, the snake oil is the serpent oil, is the cerebrospinal fluid of the human spinal column. It's essentially, it is symbolized by the oil of the lamp, of the thermometer that rises, the oil of the lamp which lights the light of enlightenment of consciousness within the thalamus, which is what the two serpents and the golden egg at the top represent. The Jack and the Beanstalk hunting for the golden goose eggs atop the beanstalk. In other words, the dual helicoil cord, the axis mundi, the ladder to heaven, the stairway to heaven, the stairway to enlightenment, the stairway to God, this, on and on and on, these same universal archetypal motif of consciousness of enlightenment. The light of the candlestick, which is the human spinal column, and the cerebrospinal fluid is the oil. It's not literally an oil. Everyone online is going all sorts of all off into crazy fantasies all about this, about, oh, it's a claustrum oil. Oh, it's the claustrum produces every substance that drives the whole nervous system. That's not accurate in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. You have no basis, no proof for any of that. You cannot point to any source of evidence other than that, other than someone's theories and someone's words. That is not medically accurate. The claustrum produces zero oil whatsoever. It is a little thin membrane of gray matter, and it is literally the densest portion of neural connections in the entire brain. It is literally, which way they consider it, the seat of consciousness, but it produces no liquid. It's a dense fibrous membrane of neurons. That is one of the densest networks of neurons in the entire brain, and it produces no oil. So the oil it's a metaphor for, maybe in ancient times they actually thought the cerebrospinal fluid was an oil. Maybe that could be a very good explanation of it. But it's not actually an oil. It's likened to an oil. So I thought this for a long time, and I also propagated this myth. I thought the cerebrospinal fluid was an oily substance, but that's not what it is whatsoever. It's mostly just entirely salt water. It's a saline solution. It's salt, the salt of salvation. We covered all this in Symbols of Power Part 2. Go back and see that entire film so that you'll know. It'll explain everything I'm talking about so much deeper. But so that's it. So yeah, the gateway of consciousness, the gateway of the initiation. We'll cover this so much more in future films also. So that's what the two serpents, the 101, the golden egg, the snake oil, actually what it is, the snake oil of the oil of the lamp, the oil of consciousness of the serpentine spinal column, the serpentine human spinal column, which all vertebrates come from their spine. The snake, the serpent spine, is literally the most primordial, and even though not all life comes from, the reptile supposedly comes from fish, but either way, our entire anatomical recapitulation of the serpent, of our reptilian, the most basic fundamental reptilian nature, is found all throughout our physiology, from the serpent seed of our semen, which then impregnates the egg, the serpent and the egg, and we covered all this in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3 once again. So the serpent and the egg, once again, the serpent and the golden egg, the serpent and the seed, the serpent which protects the fruit, which is the seed becomes the fruit of knowledge, of the tree of life, which is the tree of genetics, of phylogenetic taxa, the phylogenetic tree of life, the DNA, on and on and on. And we will get much deeper into this in my next full presentation that I'm working on right now. So I'm just recapitulating everything that I'm already covering and all these other things that will manifest. So we're going off we're going off into deep tangents here. And so this is a graphic I made several years back, shortly after I had finished the Symbols of Power Part 3 film, and it's reiterating so many of the things that we covered about the cosmic egg and the golden ratio egg in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3. That's why I included the clip at the beginning of the video about the tripartite levels of creation, the trinity of creation, from mental to emotional to physical, again, which is mind, heart, and genitals. So you have the three layers of the trinity of creation, the three levels: mental, emotional, and physical, once again. And so I covered that thoroughly in depth in Symbols of Power Part 3, and we covered the significance and the meaning of the serpent eating the egg, and the serpent, and again, from as above, so below the belt, from inside the brain to its correspondence and direct geometrical and physiological homologous correspondence to the female uterus. So again, this is where we can find all these exact symbols yet again, is we find the golden egg, yet again, is the thalamus within the human brain. And again, I connected that as to the meaning of the Egyptian deity of Kneph, or the Masonic depictions of Kneph, which is the winged egg, the flying egg, which comes from the Egyptian deity of Khnum, who was the ram-headed creator god, created himself by fashioned the primordial egg from which hatched the sun and the earth, then sat at the potter's wheel and fashioned the gods and men and all other life, and created all the languages of the human race. The potter, who basically he spun the wheel and molded the primordial cosmic egg from clay. Just as you spin a potter's wheel and you fashion a pot out of clay, he fashioned the cosmic world egg. And so again, the winged egg, the winged disc is the human brain, is the human consciousness of ascension. The wings of the two wings of the cherubim, the wings of the kundalini serpents rising up and sprouting wings from crawling on the ground to the serpent to sprouting the wings of the eagle, which again corresponds to astrotheologically as from Scorpio, the various aspects of the transcendence of Scorpio, from crawling on the ground to its ascended form as the eagle. So this is the true meaning of the Egyptian serpent and the bird, which was the Oreos serpent, or the Wadjet.
An inferior projection, the perpendicular plate of the ethmoid bone, forms part of the nasal septum. The crista galli projects superiorly from the ethmoid bone and serves as the attachment point for the falx cerebri, a dural fold. Extending laterally from the crista galli is the cribriform plate, a perforated area through which the olfactory nerves pass. The two L-shaped palatine bones form the posterior third of the hard palate, part of the nasal cavity, and a portion of the orbit. The small, thin lacrimal bones make up the anterior portion of the medial wall of each orbit. A groove known as the lacrimal groove helps to form the nasolacrimal canal, which contains a duct that allows tears to travel to the nasal cavity. The vomer is an elongated, plow-shaped bone that forms the inferior and posterior part of the nasal septum. The internal and external skull bones articulate precisely, forming an intricate structure perfectly suited to its functions.
So now we're going to have to come full circle back to the Symbols of Power Part 2, Part 1, and the Part 3 films, where all of which I covered the previous esoteric anatomy regarding the conquering or the taming or the subduing of the serpent, and the serpent energy and the kundalini energy and the human physiology of overcoming the lower basal nature, which is serpentine at its essence, and how the human physiology itself is serpentine, is capitulate of a serpentine nature from the serpentine spinal column of all vertebrates to the central nervous system, including how I've discovered that sphenoid bone in the spinal column itself is reminiscent of the dragon within, as well as the inner dragon of the cerebrospinal fluid system, of how the central cerebrospinal canal resembles what I like to think of as a water dragon, in other words, a water serpent, a sea serpent, which leads us to the hero's journey of all mythology, revolves entirely around taming or how to train your dragon. So in some mythologies and legend, it refers to slaying or conquering the dragon, when the truth is the dragon represents our most powerful primal essence, our most powerful subconscious nature, which needs to be harnessed and utilized, as depicted in Game of Thrones, the mother of dragons, the dragon mother. And again, as I fully covered back in Symbols of Power Part 3, as well as Part 2, I covered the whole mythology of the serpent dragon monster of the deep abyss, of the chaos monster, the female dragon mother, the mother of dragons, which goes back to ancient myth of Marduk slaying Tiamat. And Tiamat was the chaos serpent monster of the deep abyss, which is exactly what they're depicting in Aquaman, just a rehash and retelling of Neptune, Marduk, conquering Tiamat, of the mother of the abysmal chaos, and he slays her, and he's wielding the weapon of the Vajra, or the lightning bolt of the gods. In other words, the Sai. It's a three-pronged weapon, which then became the Hindu Trishula of Shiva, who is also tames or conquers the serpent, the lower nature, and who also wields the trident, which I call it the Sident, because the Sident comes from the ancient Greek letter psi, which literally means a form of psychic energy, which is why Aquaman wields the trident of King Atlan, and when he becomes the king and he takes the throne, his rightful place upon the throne, which is located where? Directly between the eyes of the great serpent monster of the abyss, between the eyes of the great dragon, which is literally where the Sella Turcica is in the human skull, on the sphenoid bone. It's symbolically depicting the actual chariot or the throne of God, the dragon throne. And so this is why, again, Marduk slayed Tiamat with the Sident, and this is why Aquaman carries the Sident, and he conquers Tiamat, the Chaos Dragon monster of the Abyss. Then he gains his psychic power, and he commands the power of the Seven Seas after uniting the Seven, which is representative symbolically of the esoteric nature of ascending the throne of the Kundalini rising, of the harnessing of the ascended mastery, of the seven chakras, of the seven energy centers, uniting the seven. And seven is related to Hindu Shiva. Shiva is the Lord of Seven. In Hebrew, it's known as Shivan, or sitting Shiva. And so again, Shiva is the Lord he is the Lord of Chaos. He is the controller of the chaotic nature, and this is symbolized by wrapping the serpent around his neck. And this is exactly why in Game of Thrones, the king, the true king, ascends to the true heir to the throne, ascends to the throne by slaying the Chaos Dragon Queen, the chaos monster of evil of the chaos of the abyss. And then what does he slay her with? He slays her with the Sident, with the Scythe, the three-pronged weapon, and nobody has any clue of the symbolism that was here. It's all here. The dragon throne, the true heir, the true king, the true heir to the throne, slaying the dragon monster of the abysmal chaos. It's all here. I've decoded the whole thing. It's perfect. And this is exactly why the trident or the Sident is symbolic of the human brain, as well as it's in Hinduism, it's known as the Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, the Holy Trinity united of the central nervous system. And I've discovered how Aquaman's trident is literally exactly the same representation of the human brain, central nervous system, and the spinal column, complete with the little sacrum at the very base of the trident or the Sident. And this is why they symbolically depict him holding the Sident directly over his face, where the psi is presented in the brain. And as he emits his psychic power and commands over the 7 waters, the 7 seas. He recruits the great serpent dragon monster of the abyss to do his bidding, because he conquers the lower nature and utilizes his psychic potential, riding on the dragon throne. And this is where we get the myth or the story of this is the true secret and the meaning of the chariot of the gods. It's not referring to aliens or UFOs, it's referring to the inner potential of the enlightened physiology. It's referring to the Most High, the chariot or the throne of God within us, within our consciousness, our own physiology, our own psychic potential. The king, or the sun king, the solar king, the hero of Heru, rides the eagle or the winged serpent. The serpent represents the lower nature, whereas it sprouts wings, becomes the feathered serpent, and it takes flight as the higher nature. And by taming our lower nature, that's how we train our dragon and utilize and harness our core primal basal potential and reach and soar into the heights of heaven, or the heights of higher consciousness, higher awareness, represented by the phoenix, the eagle, the falcon, as Horus or Heru is the hero, comes from Hor or Har or Haru or Horu or Heru, meaning the high flying one. So I want to include that. So again, in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3, we covered the significance and the meaning of not just the serpent and the goddess itself, but also the serpent and the goddess in the relation to the caverns of the underworld and the feminine aspects of negativity, or in other words, the feminine principles, the feminine qualities of the caverns of the underworld, which is the essence of water, wetness, cool, wet, moist, associated with the caves and the caverns of the earth goddess, the dark hole in the ground leading to the abyss of the underworld where the caves go. And hence this is further reinforced in the actual medical anatomy of the female genitalia, where we find her corpus cavernosum, which is literally her cavernous body of the clitoris. And if you guys remember from my last video upload with my radio show about talking about the origins of mythology and a lot of symbolism and things like that, from my last video upload that I did, we were talking about how when I used to work at Natural Bridge Caverns as a tour guide, I was talking about how there's types of flowstones in the caverns that we nickname cave bacon because of the layers of the calcite crystals that create different mineral deposits which make it look like bacon, and bacon is of course strips or sheets of meat. And so the tour guides, we had inside jokes and stuff, and we had a passage in the caverns that was nicknamed the birth canal. And when you go through this passage called the birth canal, it was a narrow passage, so you go through it and there'd be these flowstones of cave bacon, or also nicknamed cave curtains, on both sides of the passageway. And so it looked exactly like a female labia. And so I would tell that to some of my tours sometimes, and I would have gotten fired if anyone would have figured that out. But you know, my guests were always really cool about it, and they appreciated my esoteric insights that I would share on the tours. And so, yeah. So it was nicknamed Cave Bacon or Cave Curtains, and in the last radio show I was making a joke about how, you know, there's in slang terms, you call the vulva the meat drapes, you know. So it's this whole correlation of the cavern, the goddess caverns, and the labia and her cavernosum and her meat drapes, her meat curtains, and so of course it's just a whole nother layer to it. So if you guys remember that last show, I thought this would be funny to bring it up again, and so poignant and so symbolic. So, which is the part that fills with blood, and that's what gives a female an erection. So it's literally the caverns of the goddess, her corpus cavernosum, her cavernous body. And so, of course, we also find this in mythology from the ancient traditions of the wise Sibyl, or the Sapientiae Sibylla. And, of course, a Sibyl is a divining was someone who can divine or tell the future. It is a wise sage, a wise seer, and particularly the Sapientia Sibylla was the serpent, the divining serpent, the serpent goddess of the caverns of the underworld. Such as medieval Italians remember the prophetic Sibyls of ancient Cumae in the Bay of Napoli, where the Sibylla lived in a subterranean paradise of caverns full of marvels and treasures. There the immortal Sibylla and her fairy women regularly assumed the serpent form. They taught the ancient arts of magic. Seekers entered through a grotto with a magical spring-fed lake. So you have the waters, the caverns, the goddess, the magic, the divining, and the foretelling of the future. And so this is the significance, again, of the corpus cavernosum of the clitoris, which is, again, homologous or symbolically representative of the goddess Wadjet, of the ancient Egyptian serpent-winged goddess Wadjet. Not just looking like, technically the clitoris is the little, essentially like a little snake jutting out from the body with her corpus cavernosum resembling the wings of the goddess Wadjet. So literally you have this sort of, and of course this is more prominent in the male anatomy, in which the male anatomy is more readily recognized as a serpent. But of course, as we covered in those last films, the female anatomy is exactly identical to the male anatomy. They're just slightly different in morphology, but all the main components and parts are there. For example, the clitoris is literally, it's just, the male penis is literally just an enlarged and extended clitoris. So the male just continues growing while the female stays just a short little snake, a short little clitoris there, and with not just that, but with the wings, the cavernous wings. Just so she is the winged serpent, and complete with her caverns, her cavernosum. So this is this magical divining serpent goddess of the underworld, the winged serpent goddess. Once again, and yet I've connected this again as being as above, so below the belt. Yet again, because you have, again, as I'm showing here, the winged serpent goddess of the ascension in the crown of the skull is yet again so below the belt in the sacral regions. And so again, you have the wings, and literally the sun disk of Wadjet is literally correspondent to the clitoris. The solar disk, the little disc, the little halo, the little ring, complete with the wings and the serpent-like body, and complete with the Shen ring, which would be the vaginal opening. So you have these symbolic correspondences, these symbolic references, which even though is probably not anything what it was originally, what these depictions are originally intended to depict, it is still an entirely symbolic and meaningful sync here. And of course, your Oreus is the serpent, again, worn on the pharaoh's third eye. And so again, Wadjet, actually comes from Egyptian widget. There weren't vowels, so it was just the consonants of widget, W-D-Y-T, widget. So it's the widget, which literally meant the green one. But again, she is the winged and feathered serpent goddess. And so it's funny and both serendipitous how the clitoris literally juts out from the body just like a little widget. And a widget literally means a thingy, a gizmo, or a contraption. Usually attributed to a little functioning button or a mechanism. So the clitoris is literally the little widget that juts out from the body, the little mechanism, the little contraption, the little button, the mechanism, the widget. And so of course, widget is literally the same etymological essence of the jet, and the same symbolic essence of the jet, which is the flying serpent. It is the winged serpent flying through the air. And so this is the flying Herma. This was the ancient Roman fashionist, which literally was the embodiment of the divine phallus, or literally the divine masculine, the divine phallus itself, referring to either the god fashionist or any of his effigies, amulets, and spells used to invoke the power of the fashionist, to use the masculine magic, male protection and male strength and virility, which was the ancient Roman form of snake magic, of the phallic magic, of the masculine magic, which essentially was the the male counterpart to the Norse vulva, which was feminine or feminine magic. But so the vulva is the one who is the female shaman, the seeress, the sorceress, the witch, essentially. And the vulva means the carrier of the wand or a magic staff, is a practitioner of Sather, which was again feminine or female magic, the Sather.
The future hasn't been kind to you, has it? I didn't stand from the future. I was raised by witches and Cullen. I see with more than eyes, you know that.
And Sather, in particular, had connotations of ergi, meaning unmanliness, and it was a serious offense in Norse society.
And Sather can sometimes be translated into English by something like dark magic or witchcraft, reflecting the fact that it's supposed to be something sort of negative, something bad to practice. But that negativity seems to apply mostly to men, because this is considered a woman's art, and so practicing it is unmanly. And of course, there's nothing worse you can be in Norse society than unmanly if you're a man.
It's the same path I walked with my father, and he with his. Now, it is our path to walk. Drink the vision mead of knowledge. To learn what it is to live and die in honor. To be in battle slain, and in death rewarded by the Valkyrie's embrace. The warrior maidens will carry you to the shivering depths of Volva. At every passage, one should turn his eye around. One should spy around, for a foe might be crouched within upon the floor. Wise in measure should each man be, yet wise enough to be the fool. Wise enough to be the fool? Tell me, how did Odin lose his eye? To learn the secret magic of women. Never seek the secrets of women, but heed them always. It is women that know the mysteries of men, the Norse that spin and weave, and their web and fate. Live in honor. Safeguard your familiar blood. Safeguard your familiar blood. Know you what that means, Hamlet, son of Arvendi?
But the association of Sather with unmanliness, or what is called erki, the state of being argr, is particularly strong.
Practice of seidr or sorcery was considered, again, ergi in the Viking Age, and in this Icelandic accounts of the Scando laws, the term arger had connotations of receptive or passive role of a freeborn man during homosexual intercourse. So in other words, you're a bottom. You catch, you receive it, you take it. So yeah. And the consequences of a male practicing seidr as a result to either being outcast or being readily challenged by the accuser in Holmgang, which was a duel. And this process was known as scolding. I find particularly fascinating here is the scolding comes from Old Norse skald, which meant poet. And the sense of evolution might reflect the fact that Germanic poets, like their Celtic counterparts, were famously feared for their ability to lampoon and mock, which I find isn't etymologically officially connected in skald, as in S-C-A-L-D, because scald is seemingly unrelated, comes from Latin, but there is a hidden implied etymological connection here as, again, to lampoon and to mock by poetry, in other words, a sick burn, is equivalent to scalding. So although they're not officially secularly etymologically linked from Old Norse skald to the origin of English and Latin skald, spelled with a C, that link is still there in actual essence, because to lampoon and mock is what we call a sick burn in today's modern slang. To a sick burn is a scald, a scorching scald by the burning words, by a satirical poet, or a skald is a sick burn. So, although not officially connected, yet again, at the very essence, esoterically connected. And so practicing the female magic, the seidr, is literally, it's unmanly. It is an offense in the Norse tradition. And the Volva were not entirely considered to be harmless by any means. In fact, the goddess of Norse magic, of seidr magic, and the goddess of the Volva was Freya, who was not only the mother goddess of love, but also the goddess of war, and a warlike divinity who caused screams of anguish, blood, and death. And what she performed in Asgard, the world of the gods, the Volur tried to perform in Midgard, the world of men. So again, attempting to cause war and to rule the world essentially by the female magic.
If you try to stop me, I will destroy you.
Of a dark lord, you would have a queen, not dark but beautiful and terrible as the dawn, treacherous as the sea, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me understand.
And the weapon of the Volva was not the spear, the axe, or the sword. Instead, they do battle with the wand or the staff. Again, the magic staff, the sorceress, the seeress. And so to explain this will be a part of my much deeper future presentations of how a rose petal, a rose blossom unfolds, or it rolls out, it unfurls its petals, which is the root meaning of volvir, to roll out, or to unfurl, to unfold, is the root of the vulva, is where we get volvo, comes from the rolling of the wheels and so is linked etymologically to the vulva of the female, which is her rose petals, her lips, the way they unfurl and they unfold, they roll out in the same way that the petals of the young rose unfurl or they unfold. So it is the rolling out, it is the blossoming, the volvo, the volvir, the vulva. Okay, so this brings us to this graphic that I've been trying to make for a long time, and this presentation finally spurred me along to actually put it all together and to get it done for this segment here. So the Volvo is the symbol. Volvo it's the masculine form of the feminine vulva. So again, this is why the vulva is the feminine magic, the Volvo is the masculine, and this is why Swedish car company Volvo, this is why they use the masculine symbol of Mars as their literal logo, as their emblem. And so the Volvo is using the emblem of Mars, which is of course masculine. It is the phallic, it is the erect arrow, the erect penis, which is why this very symbol of okay, so how do I put this all together here? Okay, so the very symbol of Venus, of the feminine, is literally the symbol of the womb. It is literally a rendition of the ancient Egyptian Ankh, which is composed of a Tau cross, composed with what I call the primordial egg laid upon the top of the Tau cross, and we will get into that into much deeper future films and presentations. So we won't get into that here, but it is literally the gateway. It is the mouth, what's known as the Egyptian Ru, it literally means mouth or gateway. So it is a form of the uterus, which is a feminine version of the cosmic egg, as we have just shown here, I forget the order, but either way, it will be very close to this segment of the presentation. And again, it's the cosmic egg, the primordial egg laid upon the top of the Tau cross, which corresponds. So this is the so below the belt, or in other words, the uterine correspondence with what also occurs of the ascension to the heavens, in other words, in the skull of the human anatomy. And so this is why, as I've shown in my previous Symbols of Power films, I think it was part 4, I explained the esoteric anatomy of the perineal Ankh in the female perineal muscles. But here again, I'm showing the sacred egg, or the Ru, the gateway, the sacred egg shape of the foramen magnum, which is the central hole that the spinal cord and the spinal column passes through in all vertebrates. So all vertebrates with a central nervous system and a vertebrae, a spinal column, all have this foramen magnum, which is, at least for humans, at least for the top vertebrae in the skull, happens to be the sacred egg shape of the Ru, of the Ankh. And as I've shown here, the cranial floor, what is known as the superior cranial fossa, which is an above view of the cranial floor, we're seeing the exact symbolism here, which I will show you my other graphics of how I've discovered that it's exactly the symbolism of the Ankh, with the Jed pillar as well, the Jed pillar upheld with the Ankh on top, complete with a perfect hexagram of the Jed pillar upholding the Ankh and the sacred Ru, the foramen magnum, with the star tetrahedron, or the sexagram, the sexagesimal, the star tetrahedron, hexagram, the vertebral gateway. And this is the very reason why the cerebral circle of Willis, which is the network of arteries of the cerebrum, the arteries of the brain attaching to the brain, this is why the circle of Willis is the Ankh shape, is because it has to contour around the foramen magnum of the vertebrae of the spinal column. So that is why the arterial system contours to the skeletal system. And again, I showed in Symbols of Power Part 4, I demonstrated what I call the perineal Ankh, the portal of life, or the gateway of life. And again, the Ru, which is the gateway symbolism on the Ankh, literally means a gateway or a mouth. And here we're referring to the vagine. Literally, the perineal muscles, what I've discovered is the perineal Ankh. In the perineal muscles perfectly corresponds. And I showed this in numerous symbolism. I showed the actual exiting of where the child is born out of the gateway is literally, head coming through is literally the same shape as the sacred egg, as the gateway, the mouth. In the ancient times, they used these three symbols of the Jed, Was, and the Ankh. The Ankh, Jed, Was were the symbols of life, death, rebirth, and the gateway. And the reason why is because it was referred to as the three thoracic aspects of the Apis bull god, or the reverence of the bull. Again, Was, Jed, Ankh. with the serpent goddess Wadjet as well. And this was referred to as the generative magic principles. And in the female hermetic magic was called Heka, which is the root for Greek Hecate, the female goddess of magic. And again, the bull's thoracic vertebrae is the Ankh shape, with the thoracic vertebrae being the Jed pillar, as well as the dried bull penis literally becomes the was scepter, or the was staff, the sacred reproductive organs of the sacred Apis bull, the generative principles of life and death and rebirth. Just as, again, the origins, and again in academia, the origins of the Apis bull, or the Ankh symbolism, was referred to as the bull's sacrum, the bull's vertebrae, the thoracic vertebrae of the bull's spinal column. And in the bull's vertebrae literally is, I've discovered here, is literally the sacred symbolism of the Apis bull, the solar calf, or the solar cow, the solar bull. Representative of Osiris, who is also represented by the Jed pillar. So in other words, you have the spine and the cross of what I call the cross of the cerebellum, the cerebellar cross, which we will cover here in several segments further on. But the order that I'm doing this is all screwed up, but it will all flow in a synchronistic way. So the spine crossed by the cerebellar cross with the egg, the cosmic egg of the thalamus, or the midbrain, laid upon the top of the cross, or the crucifixion of the human body. So this will all become very clear later on in the presentation. But so again, the Venus symbol is a rendition of the ancient Egyptian cross. And so this is the culmination of all of these. The amalgamation of this is where we get the musician Prince's symbol from, which is a combination of both masculine and feminine. So which is because Prince is, of course, he is a hermaphrodite, essentially. Not literally, but he is the archetype of Mercury. He is the hermaphrodite, Hermes and Aphrodite. In other words, Mercury and Venus. So he is the combination of both masculine and feminine. And this is very prominent in his character and the way he portrays himself in his artistic, expression and all of that. So he is both masculine and feminine. He's male and female. He's essentially bisexual. He is the trans. He is the mix between the two, the masculine and the feminine, which is why his symbol is both Venus and Mars, the arrow and the downward cross of Venus. So he is, of course, both of those. And, he adds the curly Q tail here to his symbol as well, which is why his guitar has that symbol as well, because it's symbolically designed to portray pansexuality of the ancient horned one of Pan, the satyr, the faunus, the one with where we get our archetypal depiction of the devil, the satyr, the satyr, the goat boy, the faunus, the horned one of the forest, the horny horned one of nature, of pansexuality. So this is why he is, portraying himself as Pan. And so here this was the symbolism that they showed in his final, what was one of his final performances, I think it was final concerts that he ever performed in before his untimely death, or his untimely sacrifice in the elevator with the purple drugs and the purple rain. But so this is why they portrayed him in this symbolic form during the NFL halftime ritual. They symbolically put him behind this curtain, behind the veil, essentially, and they had used the shadow symbolism to portray. They had him take this position. He could have all done this of his own free will with no external direction whatsoever. Maybe he was that good of a symbolist. I'm not sure. But either way, he portrayed himself this way. And so his guitar had this little curly Q of his own, his logo, his symbol off the end of it. But the way he portrayed the guitar with the shadow symbolism from behind the veil, it mimicked that little devil's tail, that horny satyr's tail, that the faunus tail, and he held his phallic guitar up, erect, just as the symbol of Mars, because he was portraying his pansexuality. And this is why he was portraying himself as being the horned one, which is literally why he appears as Pan, as the horned one here. And this is literally the same symbol of literally, this is the pansexual symbol. And I had no idea that there was actually a pansexual symbol, or that it was the actual symbol that that Prince was using. I literally was just going by, by what I'm seeing here. I just found this out. I literally was looking up something about Peter Pan, and this pansexual symbol popped up, and I was like, oh my god, it's literally, that's the exact symbol. I was like, I had no idea. I was just sort of, playing around. I was just sort of messing with the words and the symbols and putting it together, and, I had no idea that this was an actual symbol. As with his Peter Pan, holding his panpipe, performing for all the young ladies and all the young boys at the NFL halftime show. So it's a symbolic rendition here. So I just wanted to bring that up since we brought up the vulva symbolism and the Volvo and all of that. And I've been wanting to get this out for a long time. I haven't had a good excuse for where to bring it up or where to portray it. But yeah, so this was a good excuse to bring that up. So yeah, it's representing the hermaphroditic nature, the hermaphroditic nature of the satyr. And so it's just taken the little horns off of the Mercury symbol. And again, Prince is the one wearing them, but in pansexuality, Hermes, Mercury and Hermes is again essentially. Oh yeah, so another thing I wanted to add to this is to, Mercury was the messenger of the gods between heaven and earth, or again, between as above and so below, pointing upward and pointing downward. So masculine, feminine, upward and downward, erect and cavitative or inward, essentially. So again, Hermes, Mercury, is the messenger between heaven and earth, between the heavens, the gods, and the underworld. So he is the messenger between that, which is why Freddie Mercury also also the same archetype. This is why he changed his name to Mercury. He could have changed his name to absolutely anything, and I don't know, the story behind why he changed his name to that, or if any of his managers or anyone influenced, what he should change his name to. But either way, this is why. This is the meaning. This is the underlying archetypal nature of why Freddie Mercury changed his last name to Mercury, because he was, I don't know if he was bisexual or if he was just completely gay, but he did have a wife, and he loved his wife. So I'm sure he was at least, bi-curious, or, somewhat bi-curial, or he was definitely mercurial. That's for certain, which is why he said, we will give them a touch of the heavens.
I'm going to be what I was born to be. A performer who gives the people what they want. Touch the heavens.
That's literally why Queen, their lyrics and all their songs were so cosmic. They were all involving, cosmic symbolism and cosmic themes, because of course, Brian May was an actual astrophysicist. So of course they're going to portray actual alchemical and cosmic knowledge in their artwork. And so of course this is why. And of course Freddie Mercury, he was no slouch with his knowledge, and a bit of occult and esoteric knowledge as well. He was no fool. By any means. He was very smart, extremely intelligent. So of course I'm sure he was somewhat versed in symbolism and alchemical occultism to an extent, which again, this is why he changed his name to Mercury, because he was also this pansexual, or this bisexual, this very least, he wasn't entirely homosexual. He enjoyed, his marriage to his wife, and he loved her. So of course, he's not just purely homosexual. homosexual. He is bisexual. So of course he is the mercurial. He is Hermes. He is hermaphroditic. He is the essence, the divine union, the hieros gamos between the two aspects. So of course, yet again, this is what all of the symbolism and the linguistics here portrays is the symbolism of the sacred marriage, the sacred union. And so this is what Prince and Freddie Mercury and both of them represent. It's hilarious, the astounding similarity of the symbolism of Prince and the depictions of Pan here. It's absolutely, of course, Pan is pointing to, as above, so below, with the phallic, of course. And he also has, the goat's tail, the feminine, the devil's tail, the bull's tail, essentially, is what it is. It's anthropomorphic nature. And so as we covered back in Symbols of Power Part 3, we covered the symbolism of the horseshoe, or the gateway, the opening, the crescent, the arch, or the arch of heaven, the vault of heaven, and all of that good stuff, representing again the female uterus, the feminine counterpart to the masculine pillar, the axis mundi, the world pillar, the support structure, which again, we covered the various symbols of the power symbol, the sexual symbols, and all of that. So again, that's exactly what the Ankh symbol is. It is a divine union, a divine marriage, a sacred marriage between the masculine and feminine. The pillar which penetrates the feminine curve, the feminine horseshoe, the feminine arch, the omega, Greek omega symbol, if you will, which again we covered was the symbol of the water pot, which literally in Egypt meant the female uterus. Female uterus was the symbol of the water pot. So again, we've already covered all of that and how it corresponds directly to the human anatomy, fractally, as it represents, again, as above in the brain and in the skull, and so direct corresponding so below the belt counterparts of the uterus, once again, and also the overall, the larger fractal component of the entire human body itself, representing the Ankh symbol, which represents eternal life and death and rebirth, resurrection, because again, the masculine and feminine reproduction is eternal life. It is creating eternal life through reproductive means. So again, we're referring to the resurrection and the Christ symbolism and the resurrection and all of that, the cross, the golden egg laid upon the top of the Tau cross, upon the top of the world tree, the axis mundi, once again, the human skull, the egg, the sacred golden egg of enlightenment and knowledge laid upon the top of the cross of the human body, again, as above, so below the belt, the arch of heaven, as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 3 once again. So it is representing the quest, the divine quest for the golden egg, the holy grail, essentially, from seeking the lower portions of the body and raising them, lifting them up to having an enlightenment, a consciousness experience, a divine revelatory, a revelation, to having a divine epiphany, and the epiphysis, which is the pineal gland, which is why we have the symbolism of a light bulb going off in our head, because it is the symbol of enlightenment, of the light of consciousness, the pinnacle, the apex of experience. When the light bulb flashes, the light bulb goes off, which is why the Tau cross is attopped by the light bulb symbol, which is what the light bulb symbol literally is. It is the root, it is the gateway, it is the Ankh, essentially, which is why Tesla's oscillator symbols were literally also depicted after the Egyptian Ankh, representing electricity and the electric nature of light and consciousness. And we will get so much deeper into this in the future presentation of the Phoenix Rising and the Ashes of Pyrification presentation and film once I get to that one. It's already available in full ebook format. You can check that out at patreon.com/liftingtheveil. I have recently changed the restricted access to all of these, at least $1 a month, if you want full access to these presentations before they become before I film them and put them onto my channel and all of that. Please help support me in producing all of this work by checking that out. And so again, while the Jed pillar represents the cosmic axis, or the spine, the vertebrae of Osiris, literally the axis, the world axis, the cosmic axis, so too does the Ankh also officially come from the sacrum or the vertebrae of the bull spine, the bull sacrum, which again represents the bull god Osiris in numerous ways. In numerous ways are the Egyptian pantheon associated to solar bull and lunar cow gods and goddesses. But again, so Osiris representing literally the constellation of Orion, as we know it today, but the constellation of Osiris, again, which is where we literally get the tarot symbolism of the Fool, with followed by his little dog Toto, embarking upon the journey, which is representative of the original form of the Fool, of the hero's journey of the bull god Osiris in the sky, again as the hunter, depicted holding up the shield, which is the very origin of where we get our modern practices of our ancient and modern practices of bullfighting, comes from Orion or Osiris, the hunter, the bull god, associated with literally holding up the shield against the bull, the constellation of Taurus. So again, hence the attributions of the sacred bull god Osiris, again as the slain harvest lord. So again, in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3, again we covered the significance of the sacrum or the sacrum and the sacrifice, the sacral regions, the sacrificial sacrum, and all of that essence. So go back and see those full films for the complete essence of that. So again, this is where the bull sacrum originates, the symbol of the Ankh, but there's so much more to the depth and the knowledge of that symbol. And so the almond-shaped, or in other words, the mandorla shape of the roux, of the mouth and the gateway of the ancient Egyptian Ankh symbol, is, as we've covered throughout the Symbols of Power Part 3 film series, the significance of the golden ratio egg geometry. So it is literally encoding the mathematics of the phi ratio, and in other words, the golden mean, the golden ratio, the golden section encoded within the very symbol of the Ankh itself, which is the golden spiral, the golden mathematics, the ratio of the creation of the fractality of life. So it is literally the essential symbol of the creation of life in the representation of it, the conjoining, or in other words, the union between the two phi spirals, between two phi golden ratio spirals is constructed the golden mean ratio egg. And again, I'm not a mathematician whatsoever, so I don't actually I have to disclose, I don't actually fully understand how to mathematically construct the golden mean egg or any of these things, but I am just aware of these patterns and of the symbolism that it alludes to, that it represents, although I can't go the full distance. I can't go fully because I'm not well versed in mathematics or actually drawing mathematical geometry myself. That is my one missing link. That is my missing key that inhibits me from completing this journey from the gnosis of the symbolism to the actual coming to fruition of bringing these forms into existence through mathematics and geometry. But that's what it represents. So it represents the conjoining or the conjunction of the two halves of the phi spirals, which create this almond-shaped mandorla, again, which is the golden mean egg, the golden egg ratio, as we covered fully in Symbols of Power Part 3. So go back to see that full film for the understanding the complete significance of the golden mean and the golden egg itself. But so this is the union of the two. So this is why the roux, the gateway, the mouthway, and the gateway between the two lies between the two. It lies between essentially the two pillars, the two halves, the two hemispheres, the two polarities, which join and unite at the center of which creates a Vesica Pisces, a mandorla, almond-shaped center point, a gateway between the two hemispheres. And this is represented by the sacred occult Masonic numerology of the 101, is the gateway of initiation. And this is the secret meaning of the real, I don't know if it's secret or not, but this is the true, basically unknown meaning of why our initiation classes, our initiation level courses and phases are signified as 101, as the initiatory course. Course 101, you are a beginner, you are an initiate, you are entering into the doors, into the temple of wisdom, into the house of learning, into the house of wisdom. You are entering the sacred course of the initiation into the 101 through the gateway, and as a beginner, as a neophyte, as an initiate into the learning. We will be covering this motif so much more fully in one of my next upcoming films after this. I don't want to cover that fully in this one. It'll take us too far off track and off topic, but I do want to cover this because it's significant to what we're showing here. And so it's the sacred 101, the sacred gateway between the two pillars, the two serpents of the Kundalini energy, the Kundalini serpents of the polarities of the spine, of the body. The central nervous tracts, the ascending and descending nervous tracts, represented as the sacred 101, again, which is literally the vaginal passageway of the goddess Volva, the almond-shaped mandorla, the Vesica Pisces-shaped gateway, the mouth, the south mouth, between the gateway of her two pillars, which is her two legs. And I will show this so much more fully in many more future segments and future presentations. I don't want to go fully into this right now, but I did want to disclose this because once I let this cat out of the bag, I have to completely follow through on it. Okay, so update. I started making this video numerous years ago, and since I've been making this video, I have recently completed the presentation that I was just mentioning just now, and so that full film is actually completed and it's available for viewing on what was my main YouTube channel, but I haven't re-uploaded it to my second YouTube channel since YouTube terminated my main channel, but it's still available on my backup channels on Odyssey and also on, I think it might be on Rumble now as well. If not, it's only on my main backup channel on Odyssey, but I've got it available in my archive, in my archive links, so I can provide that full film to my patrons and upon request for my subscribers. If you're currently a patron, a supporter of my channel, I will be glad to provide that video. If not, you'll have to wait until I get around to uploading it to my new channel. So, you'll just have to wait if not, but for supporters and patrons, I'll be happy to shoot you a link for that. And I find it very intriguing and also pretty funny and interesting that how this particular temple, this goddess temple entrance, portal of initiation through the yoni is literally, it's depicting the sacred entrance being guarded by the sharp teeth of the mythical vagina dentata, which was a myth of men had this phobia, this fear of intercourse with a woman for fear that she has teeth in the south mouth, literally the south mouth, and for fear of having their member bitten off by the ferocious goddess. So it's highly significant, highly symbolic that I was able to find this image somewhere along the way throughout my research, and I don't know where I found it from, but I was like, oh my God, yes. It's literally, I can't make this stuff up. So yeah, it's literally, it's got the teeth. It's the guardian of the entranceway, because for those the initiate who seeks, who is not worthy of entrance into the temple, this is what the gateway is for. It is the gauntlet. It is the passage of the trial by passage. The rite of passage is what it literally is, which is why, we find this all throughout Hollywood storytelling, as well as old esoterica mythology, the world over. So this is why we find it in the mythical fables such as Lord of the Rings, the gateway of initiation through the twin pillars of I forget who the name of the kings of the twin pillars, that they enter the gauntlet through the initiation down through the rapids, into the land of Gondor. And we also find it's highly significant in the Never-Ending Story, as the world famous Atreyu, the hero's journey passing through the gateway of initiation, where those who are not worthy with false intentions get destroyed upon entry. And so this is why you have to have the virtuous qualities. You have to be strong and confident and honest and have integrity in order to pass your way successfully through the gateway of initiation. It is the trial by fire. It is the purification ritual. And of course, since I've now just brought this up again, back in Symbols of Power Part 2 and then rehashed again in Part 3, we covered fully the significance of the symbolism of the two cherubim, which guard the Ark of the Covenant. Again, the Ark, the spark, the covenant between the two hemispheres, between the two polarities, the gateway, again, the sphinx, the two sphinxes of the wings of the cherubim, as we covered back in Symbols of Power Part 2 once again. So, again, this is represented by the ancient Egyptian winged disc, the winged sun, which, again, holds directly between the two Kundalini serpents, which is the very symbol, the ultimate epitome of the symbolism of consciousness and enlightenment. The sacred 101 of the gateway, the entranceway of the sun of consciousness, the enlightenment between the twin pillars, between the twin serpents, between the dual dragons, between, what have you, on and on and on and on and on. These infinite motifs of the same recurring underlying truth of all stories and of all mythology and of all religions and all theology, the light of consciousness within man, the gateway of initiation into infinite eternal consciousness of death and rebirth, which is why the entire Masonic tradition is all about entering through 3 or 4 gateways, 3 or 4 doorways, which need to be unlocked. And this is symbolized in the Masonic 3 ladders. With the doorways. Again, you are ascending the ladder to heaven, the stairway to heaven, Jacob's ladder. You are ascending the ladder to consciousness up the spine, which is why the 3 gateways of initiation are literally the anatomical centers, the gateways of initiation inside the body. Again, which is first the base gateway, which is the yoni, the portal of initiation, the sacral region, the sexual region, which needs to be unlocked, and the energy, the Kundalini energy, travels through that gateway, through that doorway, into the second initiation doorway, which is the heart center. Again, the sacred sphere of the heart, or again, the golden egg of the heart once again. And once that initiation is unlocked, then again, you pass through the third gateway, which is the throat, the throat chakra, the vocal cords, literally, again, the yoni, the second yoni, up in the throat. And then the final and last gateway of initiation is the fornix, the gateway of initiation in the very center of the brain, at the thalamus, at the uppermost pinnacle, at the head of the caduceus coil of the enlightenment of consciousness. This is why we also find it in Steven Spielberg's Ready Player One, which the whole story, the whole journey is about the hero entering into this journey of searching for the golden Easter egg. And the whole movie is about an Easter egg hunt. Not just for Easter eggs as clues, but literally for the golden Easter egg, where this is why they show in the movie posters, they show you, join the quest, which is why the heroes enter into the quest through the gateway of initiation. You are joining the quest, you are seeking for the golden egg. And so again, it's also in mythology. As student of Carl Jung, Eric Newman, psychologist, philosopher, has relayed one such myth in which a quote-unquote a fish inhabits the vagina of the vagine of the terrible mother. And again, we've covered the chaos mother, the terrible mother goddess in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3 as well, primarily Part 3. So go back and see that full film, because the terrible dragon goddess mother is going to be a significant and recurring theme all throughout mythology and storytelling the world over. And the hero archetype is the man who overcomes and slays, again, or who conquers, or who tames, and as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 3, the hero who slays her. He lays her. It's a symbolic, allegorical mythology for sexual conquest, but not just conquest, an overcoming, a union. It represents a conquering of one's lower nature. And so in doing so, he breaks the teeth out of her vagine, and in so makes her into a woman. But the folklore and the story tales were essentially designed to caution against the dangers of unknown women, and thus to discourage rape. And also included in the mythology of Hinduism, of Shiva, where Shiva and Parvati's own son tries to kill Shiva and
get him to surrender his wife, which is actually his own mother. So then another So what happens? So then another Asura takes the form of Parvati, which is Shiva's consort, in order to seduce and kill Shiva. So he takes the form of Shiva's wife in order to seduce Shiva and then kill him with a toothed vagine in order to avenge Shiva's son, who was slain by Shiva trying to... So it's really weird, but so you get the point of the message. And between the portal of initiation lies the golden sun, the golden egg, the sun, the golden light of consciousness, the light of illumination, the light of enlightenment, which is the goal, the seeking process, the unity of the one light, the one mind of infinite consciousness, of source consciousness, of God, the light of God, the consciousness of God, which is why Jesus is literally is considered the gateway when he says, "Nobody shall come inside my Father except through me," because Jesus is the gateway. He is the sun. He is literally the sun, the light of the world, the light of consciousness, the light within us, the inner sun of the thalamus within the brain, golden egg of consciousness, the light of illumination, the golden sun within man, the sun of man, the sun in man. Because I can't just leave it, unexplored. So that is why it's representing this gateway between the two, the portal of initiation, if you will. It is the portal of consciousness, representing that light, the light bulb of consciousness, the central channel, the Sushumna, which travels up the cosmic axis into the Enlightenment. And this is why the golden egg geometry of the sacred mandorla, Ankh, or the Ru, the gateway, represents again the vaginal passageway, also which is the so below the belt correspondence to its direct counterpart, which corresponds above the belt in the again, which is the second mouth or gateway. Literally, once we enter the mouth into the throat of the vocal cords, is also the mandorla almond shaped Ru, the gateway, the mouthway between the two between the gateway between the two vocal cords, which come together and unite as one to create and give birth to sound and give birth to speech, to vocal. And so again, this is why that gateway, the mouthway, literally is again, the throat is again the exact as above correspondence to so below the belt in the vaginal passageway, as we've covered fully throughout the Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3 films. And again, it represents the Trinity, the triune, tripartite aspect of creation, and its final and culminating pinnacle in the apex of the third ventricle of the brain, where the pineal gland is located between the two hemispheres, between the diencephalon, between the two heads of the thalamus, of the diencephalon, between the two lobes, the two hemispheres of the brain, between the two pillars, if you will. And although Professor Dr. Jackson Crawford, Old Norse specialist, University Boulder, Colorado, he suggests that the vulva and vulva are not in any way etymologically linked.
To this, people always ask me this, so I'm just going to clear this up. This is not related to the English word that kind of sounds like it, which is ultimately from Latin.
Although I know that is not true whatsoever. Even if there is no secular scholarly traces to that could possibly link the vulva with the vulva, to think that in no way the feminine magic of the vulva has anything to do with the vulva, which the feminine magic, to bewitch, to enchant, to charm, just as the masculine version of the fashionist, which literally is the enchantment, fashionum from fashionare, which is to fascinate, which is to use the power of the fashionist. That is meaning to practice magic, literally, hence to enchant, bewitch.
Vulva is related to the root in Old Norse volur, which is a staff. So presumably this is sort of the staff woman. This is a staff bearer, and a staff must have in origin had something to do with her art or dress.
So obviously the staff is much more significant than this. The staff is everything, and the staff is always associated to the witch, and either her broomstick and her cauldron, or the spoon, the sword, the phallic, the masculine counterpart to the feminine receptivity.
Okay, so here's another thing that I find very interesting about these. According to, the scholars, there appears to be no direct link between any of these two parallels, although despite them running entirely parallel, there seems to be some sort of morphic resonance between these two parallels that are seemingly entirely unrelated from different linguistic trees, from Latin, whether it's Latin or whether it's Norse. But So despite being from two entirely different etymological origins, they seem to run exactly linguistically parallel with the meanings. So we have, again, Norse, the Volushpa. So the beginning root of that is what tipped me off, is the Volush. Reminds me exactly of Volush, as the beginning of voluptuous, of Volsh. There's like the same consonant root there, and so even though they're not linguistically similar, that root triggered a connection in my mind. So that same root of voluptuous comes from Proto-Indo-European well, but from whence we get volo, literally means to choose. So volo similarly parallels the Norse volor, and so the volor is a staff, is a wand. The Latin root volo, which becomes the first person singular present form of Catalan, which is a brand of Italian, of Old Italian, which links to volar. So again, here we have the Latin root of volar, which connects to Norse volar, which is the staff or the wand. And volo or volar is where we get this, is literally the root of volition. And it literally means what one desires or wishes. A gift, a wish, a will, which literally comes from. And here's another interesting thing, is that in Italian it literally means flight, and this makes us think of the witch's broom, which she takes flight, because the staff is what directs. It's the masculine aspect to her feminine receptivity. So she is the seeress. Okay, she is a seeress, but she is a diviner, mostly a fortune teller, and one gifted with sight, with foresight, with inward sight, with insight, which she sees with more than just the eyes, She sees with the heart, she sees with the inward eye. And this is the whole concept of Norse, of sacrificing one's outward eye, in order to gain the inner wisdom, the inner vision, such as Odin, who gains his inner insight from sacrificing his own eye.
At every passage, one should turn his eye around, one should spy around, for the foe might be crouched within upon the floor. Wise in measure should each man be, and wise enough to be the fool.
Wise enough to be the fool.
Tell me, how did Odin lose his eye?
To learn the secret magic of women.
Never seek the secrets of women, but meet them always. It is women that know the mysteries of men, the Norse that spin and weave, that when the fate live in honor.
And this is incredibly significant for what I'm covering here, is that Odin sacrificed his eye at the root of the Yggdrasil tree, the world tree, which was literally the well, at Mimir's well, which was the wellspring of essentially the tree of life, at the tree of the world. And so this is the true esoteric meaning of why Bran Stark in Game of Thrones, or George R.R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire, why he becomes the three-eyed raven. By gaining the inward sight, by sacrificing his outer eyes, he gains the inward sight. He sacrifices his own life to become the three-eyed raven. So the crippled boy, he will never walk again like the serpent or like the scorpion. He will never crawl upon the ground, but he will fly. He will gain his wings through he will attain his wings by gaining the entire memory of the whole world, by regaining the memory, and he gains this memory, and he gains his wings and his inward sight of his inward flight at the wellspring, or at the roots of the base of the sacred tree of knowledge, of the tree of wisdom, where he is at the feet of the old crone, of the Allfather Odin or Saturn, who gives him the inward sight to become the three-eyed raven, whom is crucified upon the sacred tree of knowledge, or the tree of wisdom, just as Christ, the same story story of Christ also crucified upon the sacred tree, penetrated by the spear in his side, just as Odin and just as Osiris, all the slain father gods who were crucified or hanged or entombed upon the sacred tree after being slain or penetrated with the spear. And so to understand this aspect deeper, again, you'll have to understand everything we covered back in Symbols of Power Part 3, where again Osiris was symbolized as the trunk of the tamarisk tree. So he was the trunk, the tree trunk. He was the world pillar, the axis mundi. And this was called the Jed, and he became known as the Jed pillar and symbolized as the Jed pillar. And the Jed pillar symbolizes again the axis mundi, which was the world axis around which the world turned. So he was the world pillar of stability. Again, this is literally why symbolically known as the raising of the Jed, raising of the Jed pillar, which is literally the raising of the dead, the resurrection of the slain god, which was literally the 24.5 degree sacred axis of the earth, as 24.5 degrees was absolutely sacred to all the ancient artwork. And when the city of Memphis of Egypt was founded, which Memphis literally means the white wall, which again we're covering the etymology here, Proto-Indo-European root of well, which is literally the root of wall. So it is the same root meaning, the same root as to turn, to spin, or to rotate around the axis, the spindle. Just as Bran Stark at the feet of Osiris is divining the white wall. So in ancient Memphite theology, the god Ptah eventually replaced Osiris as the Jed pillar. And as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3, again, what I showed you earlier is the symbol of Ptah symbolized literally he was the world pillar, which was the pillar of the brain stem, the base of the brain, which was also symbolized by Osiris, was literally the brain stem and the base of the brain. And we will cover this so much more in depth in the future books and presentations. But so again, Osiris depicting actually being crucified upon the tree of life, the tamarisk tree, the tree of life, is actually the arbor vitae, this is something that a profound discovery that I've made, is that the tree of life, Osiris or the slain harvest god being sacrificed on the tree of life, on the arbor vitae, as depicted here of Thoth describing the name of Seti the first upon the tree of life, is literally depicting the arbor vitae inside the cerebellum of the brain, which is literally where the Christ, where Jesus and Osiris, or the slain sacrificed god, were crucified on the tree. And so the ancient tree of life has been associated as the acacia tree in ancient Egypt, which is known for its production of dimethyltryptamine, the psychedelic component, which, as we've covered in Symbols of Power Part 1 and Part 2 Part 2 and Part 3, is again a major component of the brain produced by the pineal gland, but it's the majority of which is produced in the lungs, actually by the alveoli in the lungs, which also greatly resemble, again, the arbor vitae here in the cerebellum, as we're observing here. And so the ancient Egyptians, and as well as the ancient Hindu Vedas, were extremely masterful in their dissection and preparation and study of the human anatomy and physiology. A myriad of correspondence between deified archetypes, theological motifs, and symbols that we find corresponding with the human anatomy, and the more clear and obvious this conclusion becomes. For example, yet again, the depictions of the god Thoth, the god of knowledge, scripture, math, and all things intellectual, and the god of wisdom, inscribing the name of Seti the first upon the arbor vitae, which is the exact symbolism of, again, the arbor vitae, where we get the cerebellum of the brain from the arbor vitae of the ancient Egyptian depictions of the cerebellum of the brain, which is literally where the resurrection occurs. It is the very essence of the resurrection itself, not just for the production of dimethyltryptamine in the brain, but literally this is the cerebellum. What I personally, it's not medically or actually called this, but I personally ascribe this to being literally called the cross of the cerebellum is what I call it, because there is a component, a core structure of white matter located within the arbor vitae in the cerebellum when viewed from every angle of the scans of the brain. And the arbor vitae is located deep at the deep core of the cerebellum, and it is consisted of white matter, so called for its branch or tree-like or fern-like appearance. And it brings sensory and motor information to and from the cerebellum and regulates hand-eye coordination and basic motor functions. And so this is literally, it produces a cross on the cerebellum. And so this is exactly the tree of life where the resurrection takes place, where the resurrected, the slain God is crucified, and where the slain God is resurrected. And this is why the slain God is always depicted as being crucified on the tree. We find this in Conan the Barbarian, crucified upon the tree of woe. Again, echoing this mythology of Odin, crucified upon the tree, upon the Yggdrasil tree. And again, the various depictions of Odin are also depicted as the hanged man, again depicting the death of the season, the underworld of Saturn, the hanged Lord hanged upside down upon the cross, what is known as St. Andrew's cross, the cross of the upside down crucifixion. Which again is the essence of the hanged man. So again, the path of the fool of Jesus throughout the year, from the spring to the winter, and on throughout the path of the sun. So from resurrection from death to resurrection and eternal life. And so this is exactly also depicted why I've discovered a huge monumental discovery that I don't know how I found this, but I literally just looking at the, I was looking for one of the posters for Ridley Scott's film Prometheus, which was again about the alien films and about the progenitor race who created the human race. Essentially what we would call the Anunnaki, if you ascribe to Sitchin's false versions of the Anunnaki as the progenitor race, which it literally has nothing to do with that. If you study the actual anthropology, if you study the actual linguistics and the actual ancient history, Zecharia Sitchin was literally the alone in his interpretations of that. And the reason why he was alone was because he was a Freemasonic shill, a complete mouthpiece designed to promote this false alien agenda to the mass population, whereas every scholar completely disavows what Sitchin had concluded based on literally zero evidence for his interpretations of the linguistics, whereas every other interpretation was very similar and a lot more credible. But we're going way far off topic here. But so again, this is why I've discovered that Ridley Scott also depicted the crucifixion of the alien resurrection of the cross upon the cerebellum, upon literally the fourth. And all right, so we're gonna get into it. We can't even get into that. And so I don't know if it was originally Brad Clausen or my friend Aaron Vogt who. I know Aaron didn't make this image. I think it may have been Brad, one of my contemporaries and colleagues, Brad Clausen. I forget who. I'm not sure who actually originally did this, but either way, that's to give the credit. But that's aside from the point of that I'm trying to make is that there's I will connect tons of other things here. But so let's show. And let's break down this description here of whoever originally made this connection or this image, should I say. So the connections, the obvious symbolic connections here are we have the symbolisms of the Atif crown and the ostrich feathers, which, as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 3, to Gary Osborne's connections that he made in Gateway of God of the Atif crown of Osiris with the human midbrain complex, as I showed some more detailed descriptions of in Symbols of Power Part 3, but I needed to also go back and add that citation as well. But so as we symbolized there, and as was also symbolized by Gary Osborne in Magical Egypt Part 2 by Chance Gardner, also about the Atif crown literally corresponding to the hippocampus of either side of the brain, and this all goes so deep. This is literally too much to cover all in this video. We'll get way too far off track of the original point and message of this film, so I'm just gonna have to skip over all that. We'll just have to leave all that out. But I can't show this without getting into the full thing. So again, the third ventricle is the exact same homologous correspondence on the actual body of Osiris here in the artwork, depicted as the Oreos serpent here upon the brow or upon the third eye, the crown, the forehead, which is where always located the sun disk is always located between the two eyes. So again, in the various depictions, Osiris is also always depicted with the cross and the crossed arms, which is the position of death, the position of the mummy, this death's head, the skull and bones of the crossbones, which is the posterior view of the brainstem, which is from behind. You see the arms or the cross corresponds to the cerebellar peduncles, as well as the pineal gland corresponds exactly to where the Oreos would be located. And so also the third ventricle, once again, is directly attributed to the Oreos upon the forehead or upon the crown, just as the thalamus is the crown. The thalamus is the actual diencephalon, is the two heads, the two sides of the ostrich feathers of the crown. So it's the obvious connections here, just an obvious symbolism of the god of resurrection and the god of the crossroads, which is literally the crux of the brain, literally the crucible, where the crucible takes place and you are crucified on the arbor vitae of the cerebellum, which again, the pineal gland, produces the dimethyltryptamine of the tamarisk tree of the brainstem, where the Christ is crucified. And just as we have the same symbolism of Christ crucified upon the brainstem once again, as the cross is literally the cerebellar cross, where the neurons and the intersections occur in the brainstem, which is literally the crux. It is the cross. It is literally the cruce of the brain. But so this is how the sacrificed and slain and resurrected God is depicting the process of the human anatomy, of the occult esoteric anatomy of the human body, which is, again, as we covered, as above, so below the belt. It is the Christ being crucified at the cerebellum of the brain, which is depicted as being crucified on the tree of knowledge, which is the central nervous system, the cerebral tree, the central nervous tree. And of course, the tamarisk, it goes even deeper. The tamarisk tree was associated with the psychedelic brew, or the psychedelic qualities of the dimethyltryptamine, the DMT, which is also produced in altered states of consciousness, as we're talking about the divination practices of the psychedelic rituals of the vulva.
Drink the vision mead of knowledge, to learn what it is to live and die in honor, to be in battle slain, and in death rewarded by the Valkyrie's embrace. The warrior maidens will carry you to the shivering depths of Volva.
And this is exactly why the crucifix, the Jesus Christ, is literally the exact same symbol as the Greek sai, as the runic algiz, the witch's staff, again the witch's broom. It's the staff of divination, of the divine foresight. The algiz, Proto-Germanic algiz, became Old English elks, or in other words, elks. And so the elder Futhark was the upward, and the younger Futhark became inverted as the downward. And it was later transcribed or given the sound value of Latin X. So that's where it went from Z to X. So it went from the Z rune to the X rune, and that's where it was again changed from algiz, which was the Z, into the Elks, or the X, and Old Italic alphabets, which was again in turn derived from the Greek psi, which was given the value of K, of X. Again, that sound, the ek, the k, the ek sound. And so the Anglo-Saxon rune for algiz is variously recorded as Aelx, or Aelx, Ilx, Ilx, Eox, or Ilix, or Elux. And all of these are very significant, very telling for the Latin sound and the Latin value of X, or KS, X, X. So the symbolism was used during World War II eras as for being upward for born and downward for died, which the downward comes from the hanged man position of Odin on the tree, sacrificed on the Yggdrasil, on the world tree, on the tree of life, which was literally the winter season, the season of death, of the the king of the winter season, Saturn, Odin, the king of death, and the hanging on the tree, which is the origin of the tarot Hanged Man card. And so this is why the downward runic symbolism, it's the symbolism for the peace sign, which is again the symbol of rest and peace, again death and peace, the absolute bottom of the year, the winter season of the year, the death of the year. And so the X is essentially the hex. And so the X in Spanish is X, Greek, which means snake. So we're talking about the X, which is the crossroads, the crossing and the intersection points of the two snakes. And of course, in Egyptian was known as the Heka, the Heka was literally the god of magic, the god of magic and medicine, the personification of magic itself. And as Joshua J. Mark for Ancient History Encyclopedia.eu brilliantly has a brilliant breakdown and a brilliant article on all of this. And so Heka was literally the personification of, again, magic and healing, and he was literally the origin of the Ekis, of the dual snakes intertwining upon the pole. He carried a staff entwined with two serpents, the symbol originally associated with healing from the god Ninazu of Sumer, and was adopted for Heka and traveled to Greece, where it became associated with their healing god, son of Apollo, which was Asclepius, known as the serpent and the pole, and today known as the caduceus, the symbol of the medical profession and healing. The gods of healing and magic. And Heka was also attributed to a trinity of creation, essentially with Heka, Sia, and Hu were representative of the powers of creation, sustenance, and death of the universe. So, which was akin to the Hindu tripartite aspects of creation or God as generation, operation, and dissolution of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 3, much more in depth and thoroughly. And so Heka was linked to the creative aspects of both the heart and the tongue. The heart was considered the seat of one's individual personality, thought, and feeling, while the tongue gave expression to these aspects and brought them into existence. So again, this is referring to the tripartite aspects of the mental, the vocal, and the genital creation. So there are actually 4 levels: mental, vocal, heart level, and genital or sacral creation. So, but tripartite as the trinity of creation, as we covered earlier on and in the previous films. And so again, the symbolism of the Heka is literally the symbols of the crook and flail, the cross of Osiris, or the cross of the pharaoh, the cross of the Serpent King, who crosses, again, the X, which was symbolized as the crossroads of death. And this is not in any way actually legitimately connected to any type of scholarly interpretation, but the flail itself, the Heka is the crook, but the flail is actually more attributed to Heka itself, because again, it's literally like a broken form of the Algiz rune, and it was used for threshing the grain, the agriculture, and associated again with the shepherd and the agriculture, just as Osiris was the shepherd and the agriculture, just as Jesus was also the shepherd and the agriculture. And again, representing the cross and the crossroads of the crucifixion, the crucible. And so he sacrifices his eye after what was most likely great deliberation, and had to make a very deliberate choice. And this is not linked etymologically, but it is symbolically and in its essence linked to Proto-Indo-European root well, which is the root of Volva, which is what we're talking about here, is the root of well, which is to choose, to want, desire, your will, as well as the separate Proto-Indo-European root, which is to turn, to wind, to wrap around, which is literally also the root of world and of and we're not going to go into that, because this will be a huge another 4-hour presentation just for this etymology and this symbolism alone. But so Mimir, the root of Mimir is literally etymologically to water, to mim, the mem, which is the mime, the meme, which is all the roots of memory, the waters of consciousness, literally the waters of the abyss, of the eternal wisdom and the eternal memory, of which Odin had to sacrifice his eye in order to gain that deeper insight, to receive the drink of this sacred draught from Mimir of the wellspring of the eye.
Drink the vision need of knowledge, to learn what it is to live and die in honor.
And again, you have to see my full ebook written presentation on what called Somatic Memory, which covers the extreme depth and etymology and symbolism of the psychic waters, the waters of the body, what stores memory, where memory is stored, how water stores memory, the depth of knowledge within the body, and so much more. It's absolutely incredible. And I covered the etymology as well of memory, the waters of knowledge. And this is akin to, this is equivalent to the Sephiro of Da'ath, which means knowledge in Hebrew, which is the sphere on the Kabbalistic tree of life, represented by the abyss. And in occultism, it has been referred to as crossing the abyss. And abyss is ancient Greek. It literally means to fathom. And to fathom, in other words, means to penetrate with the mind. So in other words, we're literally talking about gaining the wisdom and the knowledge by penetrating the waters of the abyss with the light of the mind, the enlightenment through the dark waters of the abyss of unconsciousness, making the unconscious conscious, referring again, knowledge, the waters, memory, the abyss, and wisdom, and the attainment. So see my full ebook, Somatic Memory, and for so much more information on that, subscribers at patreon.com/liftingtheveil. And this is the meaning of the phrase "an eye for an eye," as you sacrifice an outer eye to gain an inner eye. For if thine eye be single, the body shall be full of light, in other words, full of wisdom.
At every passage, one should turn his eye around, one should spy around, for a foe might be crouched within upon the floor. Wise in measure should each man be, and wise enough to be the fool.
Wise enough to be the fool.
Tell me, how did Odin lose his eye?
To learn the secret magic of women.
Never seek the secrets of women, but eat them always. It is women that know the mysteries of men, the Norse that spin and weave and their well and faith.
So we're talking about the all-seeing eye, the eye that sees all, that knows all, the omniscience and the omnipresence of the eye of God, the eye of the All-Father, and you know what I'm talking about. So this is the eye of God. And so this is associated to the which the vulva, the volar allows them to, so the vulva is the one gifted with divine insight, and yet she uses the staff is what directs one's will. It's what focuses your will in order to enact and direct your magic. So her receptivity is her feminine aspect, the receptivity of the receptacle, the cauldron, the feminine chalice, which receives the masculine rod or the masculine staff. The rock-hard staff is what directs the masculine force, which is the will, the divine action. It is the active principle. So this is how it links. This is how the Latin, the masculine, the volo of the will, of the volar, links to the Norse volar, which is the staff, the wand. So these are, without actually having a direct etymological link or a written link there, these are morphically resonant. These are parallels. These are sympathetic resonances of what these terms mean, because in Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenesis theories, things can sprout into existence simultaneously. When one thing begins to exist, it starts to pop up everywhere in the world. Psychically, sympathetically, it
emerges, it has already been crystallized and it forms from the field itself, from the informational field, the noosphere. So these linguistic roots, despite being entirely separate through time and space, the same roots will spring forth, just as species will spring forth from a same sympathetic resonant pattern, and they will start to, extinct species can re-evolve back into that same species. But we're going way off track. So again, this is how the one's wish, one's desires, or one's will. The desire and the wish is the feminine aspect. It is the receptacle. It is the part of the vision of sight. And then you direct that wish or that vision with your will, okay? Your action, your and this is the same root of vola, which gives us the words voluntary or voluntarily, which is a want, a wish from voli. And so this is the voluntary is your action. It is your will that you are carrying out. Thy will be done. And so this is how the witch takes flight with her staff.
Between her hot legs.
And again, it's from Proto-Indo-European root of well, which is literally where we get will. And just as a well is, again, it's the receptacle, okay? It's the wellspring.
So the Norse Volva is attributed to the magic wand, to the wand which directs or carries the will. And the Latin vulva is associated to through two different Proto-Indo-European linguistic roots of one well, meaning the will and the desire or the wish, and the action, and the other Proto-Indo-European well, which is extremely similar, but apparently a different root, but actually linked etymologically in the same way through the same similar meanings, is meaning to turn or to wrap around, to roll around, which is referring to what the staff does. What the distaff does is it wraps around. And so the Norse vulva is also associated directly to the will and to the choice and to the wish, because the vulva are the ones who decided to use that staff, that distaff of making the garments, of weaving the fabrics, and then they decided to go their separate, to use that divine will and that free will choice to separate from the family life. And these were the women that went their own way. That's literally what the vulva were. They were the ones who chose their own path. They distanced themselves from their traditional family and from their traditional role and became the traveling, highly coveted sorceress, the seeress, the vulva. So they exercise the will, which is what the Latin vulva is it's the will, it's the desire associated with the love, to want, to wish, to desire. It's associated with love, which is why the volar is an anagram of lover. So again, my reason why is that Latin vulva literally means a cup-shaped mass at the base of various mushrooms or fungi. It is literally the cauldron. It is the chalice. It is the witch's cauldron, her vulva, which receives that masculine phallic staff. So that's, again, the psychedelic mushroom is the essence of sex magic itself. And that's why when you take the psychedelic entheogen, you literally experience how all of the universe is literally composed of absolutely nothing but sex magic. That, at least that's the experience that I had, is it literally just showed me that literally every word that anyone spoke, every thought that was coming out of their mouths, and everything that I was seeing in nature all around me, I saw the entire universal process, and everything. Ultimately, I saw a thread in time and space that literally all connected back to one source, and everything, no matter what someone said, no matter what happened, it was all leading back to, it ultimately led back to that one impulse, which was sex, and which was procreation. And so that's literally the mushroom, the fungi, is the most basic fundamental organism of life on this planet, and it represents the fundamental principles of nature. And again, it's that cauldron, that chalice of the feminines, of the vulvas, psychedelic shamanistic practice. It is the art, just as you were saying, Dr. Crawford, it is the art of her practice and of the tools, not the dress of her practice, but it is the art form and the origin of her practice. The vulva is of course, the etymology in English, of course, from Latin, does not come in any way, shape, or form from the Norse vulva, but these are parallels. These are parallels based upon that thread that connects all of them together, and that is the meaning itself. So the Latin, again, the Latin vulva actually literally comes from the Proto-Indo-European root of well, which literally means to turn or to wind. And so this is how exactly how the vulva is linked. The Latin vulva is literally meaningfully linked to the Norse vulva, which again is the wand, or the wand carrier, from volar, which is the wand or the staff. And specifically, again, as we noted, the wands that they excavated were not known as distaffs, and distaffs were associated with the feminine seeress, with the vulva, because the vulva was the one who spun who wove. These were the weavers, the Germanic Norns, the weavers of the fates, the spinners of the wheel of time, or the wheel of fortune. They were the spinners, they were the weavers of the fabric, and they would imbue their fabrics with magical qualities, with magical properties. And so this is directly associated with how the vulva and her staff was the distaff used for weaving the fabrics and for weaving the objects. And so this is her staff. The vulva is associated to turn or to rotate, to turn or to wind the thread into a fabric. And this is exactly the Latin vulva from Proto-Indo-European well, which is to turn or to wind. English verb of vulva or volve is transitive, meaning to turn over in the mind or to ponder. And the vulva were well known for their divinatory practice of meditation and pondering in order to divine the future, to see. They were well known for the meditation. Feminine receiving magic, the feminine magic, the vulva, the receptive aspect, the inward, then the contractive aspect of physics. So the staff is the masculine counterpart to that, and the archetype of the witch and her broomstick comes from this staff, comes from the vulva, or the volar of which was the Algiz rune, which is for divination and for protection and strength, and for defense, particularly for defense from battle or from harm in battle. So this is where the origins of the witch and her broomstick comes from. And so the staff, again, is everything. It's the masculine phallic. So it's the masculine magic that the feminine receptivity utilizes to balance in order to practice her divining magic. And so the vulva, the shaman, is the origins of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. These were the utilization of psychedelics and entheogens and in order to sexually seduce men with the use of drugs. And the rumor has it is that the origin of the folklore of the witch using her flying around on her broomstick, again, as I've just cited you the full etymology and the full linguistics of it, from the symbolic aspect, is that it comes from the witch who stirs her cauldron of potions with the psychedelic brew and utilizes this psychedelic brew in the sexual rites of magic, in the sex magic rites. And she uses the phallic staff, which the phallic which, according to some of the archaeological staffs that have been excavated on sites, these are not associated with distaffs, but they appear to represent a phallus. So, in other words, they are the actual, and the use of the magic wands is long associated to be known with sexuality. So, again, we are talking about this. We're going to get into the Roman aspect, or the Italian counterpart, which was the Fascinus, which was the male glamour magic, the male sexual magic. So, we are talking about the feminine sexual magic of the vulva, of her vulva and her sexual rites. And so the staffs that have been excavated are known to be actually phalluses, to put it bluntly. The myth has it is that she uses her phallic staff to stir the cauldron of the psychedelic brew, and then she utilizes that in the sexual psychedelic ritual, and that is seen to again produce the visions and the experience of the flight on the witch's staff, which again the Latin roots of of the volar, again, it means your will. It means your volition. It means your choice. And so the staff is utilized to, and so this rite is used to direct and enact your will and to create the magic through the act itself and through these. And through the universal physics of these objects and of these principles. And this is why the Sather magic is associated with, again, feminine receptivity and, again, sexual intercourse, and why it's associated with sexual shame. And later on, this is where the Roman Church came in and started, and this is where all the witch burnings and all of that stuff started coming shortly after that. And so this is why the Sather were considered so dangerous and so hazardous, is because of their use of, the psychedelics and the magic and the potions and these rituals in order to, it can be used like a tool for either way. And so they were also dangerous because they were known for taking part in of the sacrificial rites of prisoners of war, and they sprinkled their blood in order to prophesy the coming events, which we will get much deeper into this in future presentations, which is known as the process, in Latin is known as the process of augury, which is where we get the roots of inauguration, which is the divination of the high priest who divines the future based on the patterns of the entrails, or by scrying or spying, which literally means to see, which is the root of Volshpa, or Volushpa, which is to see. Again, the seeress. So to divine the future, to see the future, to spy the future. And again, this is how the magic, where the spies come from. The one who knows. It means to know by observing. So this is the magic rituals. And so the amulet of the fashionist, or the flying Herma, is used to ward off the onlooking of the evil eye. So in other words, the evil eye is invidia, coming from the Proto-Indo-European root of video, or from video, from wade, which means to see. And so the root of video, which means to watch or to look upon. So invidia, to look upon, which was the evil eye. It's the catching the gaze of the eye of Sauron, the gaze of the evil eye. And this is why the software company NVIDIA, this is why they produce graphic cards. Again, we're talking about the vision, the graphic cards, the visual optics, which is why the company is called NVIDIA, the company of the evil gaze, the gaze of the computer software. And so the fashionist is the power to ward off, and the evil eye represents all of the negative qualities that we see in others. It represents jealousy, it represents lust, it represents envy. Literally, the evil eye, it was attributed to jealousy or envy. And so the fashionist was used so that you carry around an amulet of a big fat phallus on you to give you confidence, so that when you, to keep you from gazing upon and envying. So it's literally a remedy to penis envy, is really what the whole concept is about. And I swear I must have just recently stepped out of ancient Rome, because all of this stuff it feels like, number one, it's like their sense of humor is right on par with it's right on par with mine. So I'm like, it's all just so hilarious and awesome. Like it's literally, it's totally up my alley. It's totally my culture, and it's either hilarious or just profoundly interesting. And but aside from the point, to put a spell on, to fascinate, which is literally, and we'll be going so much deeper into the spells in some of my future sequels to The Truth About English, Phonics, Phonetics, and occulted language and etymology, involving the fascination and the which essentially is it's a masculine form of glamour magic, is what it is. It is in glamour, again, it literally, this is where we get the modern term of glam or glamour. It mean to essentially to enchant, to put a spell, to command someone's gaze. And we'll also be covering in future, I'm writing in my book currently, or probably for one of my future films, is also about to catch someone's glance, to command someone's glance. And glance, again, it literally is linked to the etymology here of same as glimmer or glitter. And to catch a glance means to catch a look at. And to look at something also means and glance also means to shine, to sparkle. Because the glance is what is the glint. It's what catches your eye. When you steal a glance, when you steal a glimpse.
Your tits smaller, it's like slapping God across the face for giving you a gorgeous gift.
She had back problems, man. And it's not just making them smaller, they completely reshape them. They make them more supple and symmetrical.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
She's going around the corner.
Come on.
A glance is just for a very short period, and then you have to look away very quickly because of the bright shining light. This is why you catch a glance, you catch a glimpse, you catch a glint, a glimmer, a brief shining sparkling light, which is what the oil of the fashion, the oil of glamour magic does. The sparkle of the sexual magic, the oil shining and glinting off of the skin, which is why the glands, the male penis head, literally, as we covered in all the past two films, why the glands, the penis head, is literally etymologically linked to glance, because it catches because the glands literally means an acorn shaped gland, and the glands is what literally catches the glance. It catches a glimpse. You catch the shining light which glimmers off of it. And this is exactly why it's called lust, because the lust comes from the luster. In other words, the shine of the oily phallus. It's the shiny glimpse, the shiny reflection of the oil, which literally, ancient Greek literally is called chrism. The root of the word Christ, which means anointed, also has the root meaning of root word of chrism, which means milk, oil, or cream. And it is the shine. It's referring to the shine, the shine of the anointing, the enlightening, which is the luster. It is the lust. It is illustrious, as in illustrate, as in illuster, meaning to portray visually, to make visually seen. By glitz and glamour, by enchanting them, by bewitching them with your looks, of course, by drawing the evil eye, essentially. And not to say that this is all evil, or that would be incredibly ignorant, but it's casting your form of glamour magic to catch the gaze, to catch the eye. And of course, in this case, so we can find the depictions of the flying Herma or the Fascionists ejaculating into the evil or which is what is what it represents. That again we covered in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3. That the eye is it's the vulva. It's the feminine, it's the evil, it's the that's why it's the evil eye, for that the Fashionist wards it off by eating deep inside it.
Now you're gonna do the work, ladies. These carrots are not gonna eject themselves. What are you doing? You're not Romulus sucking on the teats of the mother wolf, if you know your Greek mythology. Ladies, we are getting here. We're not breastfeeding from a mythological beast. Oh, that's funny to you? Because you won't be laughing when somebody prematurely pops in your face. It stings. And that is now why I have a lazy eye.
And so he's giving the eye of Sauron. He's giving it the old finger, which is the monophika, the fig hand, which is where we get the finger from. Comes from the Fashionist, from the kyok. And so the protective function of the phallus is usually related to the virile or regenerative powers of an erected phallus. Thus, in most cases, the emotion, the shame, or the laughter created by the obscenity is the power that diverts the evil eye. It's what wards off the envy and the glamour charm, because it brings humor and it brings reality. It brings you back into the moment. It brings you back into the joyous sort of satire of things. And this is why I swear I must have just stepped out of ancient Rome, because it's exactly everything that I do. I literally couldn't have made this up, if I wanted to, but it's see the people that know me, they're like, are you serious? I'm like, shut up. I'm like, you're making this up. And so this, what I forgot to mention was that this is the origins of fashion, of where fashion comes from. Is essentially it is glamour magic. It is a form of spell cast over peoples to control them, to keep them addicted to this stupid, wild, ridiculous world of insane fashion trends by commanding the eye, commanding the gaze, enchantment. It is getting lost in Nvidia. So while it's most well known that the female holds sway over the snake charming and the snake enchantment over the male snake, we cannot also forget that the male snake holds a fascination of its own and the ability to charm and to bewitch and to enchant and fascinate of its own accord. And of course, the etymology of the jet comes from Old French and Old French get, vulgar Latin jactus, which means a throwing or an ejection, which is literally gives us our words abject, such as ejaculate, or other words associated to eject or ejection from the jet, the squirting out, which literally is a spout or a nozzle for creating a jet of fluid, an expulsion for creating an ejaculation, which is why the serpent, the cobra, is literally a spitting or an ejaculating serpent, just as we covered back in Symbols of Power Part 2. But it goes even deeper because the jet also contains the verbiage meaning usage to shoot forward or to shoot out, to project, again to ejaculate, meaning to jut out, just as the clitoris again extends or it juts out from the cavernosum, for just as the snake or the serpent protrudes or juts out from its hole in the ground, just as we have the jetties, which is where we get the jetty, which is a protrusion that it extends outward from the dock or from the port. And so go back and see that full film for so many more syncs and connections for the entire context of that. But this is just the new additions that I hadn't included in that presentation that I also wanted to include somewhere. And so I will eventually maybe add this to the full thing to give you the entire contextual story about that. And the vulture, which was the serpent and the bird. Again, this is worn on the crown or the third eye, the brow of the pharaoh of the Serpent King. So, who was the ascended cobra, or supposedly symbolically to represent. And so again, we have the various aspects of the serpent and the egg. The serpent guarding the fruit of the tree of life, which is the serpent or the myocardial fibers wrapped around the egg, this golden egg shape of the human heart, of the myocardial muscles, which are vortex spiral muscles of the human heart. So the Orphic egg is literally, it's the serpent wrapped around the golden ratio egg, the serpent protecting this most sacred knowledge of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, which is the mathematics of the golden, to mathematically create a golden ratio egg. And so this is why the golden ratio egg shape is found all throughout the human anatomy and the human physiology from all the most prominent organs. In both the male and female, we have the egg-shaped uterus, as well as the egg-shaped male prostate correspondent, as well as the male eggs, the huevos, the testes, the egged testicles. So again, we have the egg as above in the brain, Midgard as the egg, golden egg, yet again emotional level in the heart, yet again the golden ratio egg, yet again in the sacral, from the uterus, the prostate, and the testes. So you have the three tripartite, the trinity of creation, the three levels of creating in mental, emotional, and physical. So this is yet again the serpent and the egg, the cosmic Orphic egg, guarding the sacred knowledge of the human physiology. Okay, so let's dive into this here, because we got to go deeper on this. So again, what we're looking at is the recapitulation. Is you start out your life from the seed, or from the fish, the nun, the seed, which is what the sperm is. The spermatozoon is it's the seed. It's an egg with a tail attached to it. It is the seed, or the fish in Hebrew letter nun, the seed, the fish, the sperm. It's the fish that swims, that impregnates the egg, which then, so basically you start out as a sperm and then you just grow into a very larger sperm. The sperm implants itself, it penetrates the egg,
and it essentially it stays there and it grows into a large human being with the spinal column, but it still remains as the egg with the tail attached. So that is what the human central nervous system is. It comes from the sperm, which the sperm contains all the genetic information within it. It literally is the information center. And so that's what stores all the information, and that is contained within the central nervous system. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at a cross section of an X-ray of the full scan of the human body, and we're looking at the level here at a cross section of the pelvic level. And so that actually reveals an identical resemblance to the serpent energy, or the recapitulation of our serpentine nature of the human anatomy, which we've covered all throughout the Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3, numerous ways that the serpent is recapitulated in the human anatomy. We covered the Jacobson's organ, the vomeronasal cavity. We covered we covered various aspects of Kundalini and human sexual anatomy and sexual functionality in the Symbols of Power Part 3 film. So go back and see that for so much more. So this is yet another version of that. And so I was looking at this X-ray of the human spinal system to show the recapitulation of the sperm within the central nervous system, and I noticed that the cross section here at the pelvic region is I've mapped it, the key points of reference. The epidural space is the central nervous system, or the cerebrospinal system that flows in between the vertebrae. Here we have the vertebral disc. These are the spinal nerves which hang from the central nervous system. We have the facet joint which connects the vertebrae to the pelvic region. And again, the epidural space in between the central nervous system here. So it is an identical, if we notice the specific points of reference, it is identical to the serpent's head, to a snake's head. And we can look at so I noticed it was exactly the same as the emerald boa. And this is if you look at the reference points, just look at the points of reference. Look at the nostrils right here in the center, the angle of the nostrils. So just look at this. Look at the angles of the nostrils where I have the reference points marked. And look at the specific angles of the shape of the nose. And look at the exact reference points of the chin, of the bilateral symmetry divided between the chin. And look at the exact reference points of the angles of the Jacobson's organ, or the heat-sensing pits. Look at those exact angular correspondence, the exact symmetry. And then notice, of course, the most prominent feature is notice the eyes. I mean, so just look at these points of reference. It's astounding. Look at the angles of the nose and the angles of what would be the vertebrae inside the pelvic cavity. I mean, look at that. Just look at the angular reference to the nostrils here. And again, the angles of the vomeronasal, of the heat-sensing pits.
So, of course, again, we have the cosmic egg and the sun and the earth yet again. And, of course, the cosmic egg And so yet again, we have the symbol of the vertebral disc being symbolically portrayed at the center between the two eyes on the serpent's head. So again, it's symbolic of the third eye, the inner sun, of the central sun of consciousness and enlightenment. And of course, the Oreo serpent literally means to rise, to ascend. It literally means to climb, to ascend, to raise up. So again, we're talking about the lifting up of the serpent, lifting up the Son of Man, just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so too you must lift up the Son in man, the Son of Man within your inner consciousness to the light of enlightenment. Of course, as we covered in Symbols of Power Part 3, the significance of the serpent's eye, the all-seeing eye within the triangle, and the serpent's head is the triangle. So of course we're talking about the parietal eye, the eye on the back of the reptile's head, the parietal eye, the eye at the center of the triangle, which is again, it's the symbol of the capstone, the enlightenment, which is the sun within man. So again, the vertebral disc, which refers to the ascension of the cerebrospinal fluid, of the spinal energy, of the electric energy of the spine, being symbolized as the inner sun within the vertebral disc of the center of the snake's head. And again, the Oreos, which is why the Oreos is literally of the goddess Wadjet, as the winged serpent, is literally depicted as the ascension energy with the vertebral disc upon the forehead, which is the vertebral disc upon the head of the snake's head, which was literally the solar disc, the disc of enlightenment, the disc of consciousness of the sun. But so that is the serpent, the snake oil. So again, what we're talking about here is we are talking about the serpent priesthood. We are talking in esoteric American secret societies. We have tons of chapters, such as the Order of the Book and Snake, the Brotherhood of the Snake, and in all sorts of other cultural myths, in folk tales, in mythology, and all throughout theology. We find the Order of the Snake from ancient Egyptian serpent priesthood, the royal divinity. The serpent is the symbol of royalty, divinity, and wisdom and nobility of the highest echelons, of the highest class, the ascension of the knowledge of the consciousness from root to crown, of the Kundalini ascension, the serpentine electric energy of the human body, of the human consciousness, the peak to the pinnacle of the apex of knowledge, all the way from base to skull, from root to crown, from valley to peak to pinnacle, on and on and on. So this is the divine serpent wisdom of that serpentine energy, which we covered all throughout Symbols of Part 2 and all throughout Symbols of Part 3. Literally the entire films were all about that. So this brings us full circle back to this root that everything revolves around, that all of my work just keeps coming back to in infinite different ways, and we just can't get away from this, no matter nor would we really want to be. It just keeps coming back to this and revolving around this, and every presentation that I do just keeps coming back to this root core divine wisdom and knowledge. So the ancient priest class of the Brotherhood of the Snake, literally the Pharaoh was the Oreo serpent, which literally means to climb, to rise or climb a hill, to literally means to ascend. And so again, this is why the Pharaoh is literally, he is the Serpent King. The Pharaoh's adornments are literally meant to mimic and to represent symbolically. And so again, this is the knowledge of the ruling of the divine priesthood, the royalty, the nobility, such as the ancient wise seers, the ancient knowledgeable ones, the wise ones, the sorcerers, the wizards, the alchemists, the priests, the ones who retained knowledge and wisdom of the ages. They were the scribes, the ones who had the knowledge of language and writing, of mathematics and science, of weights and measures, of astronomy, of archaeology, of on and on, of architecture, of masonry, of building, of all of this. The most advanced knowledge that we've ever possessed is all represented by the symbols of the serpent, which the symbol is the guardian of that fruit of the tree of knowledge, that fruit of the tree which stems from the fruit, which is the egg of the or the seed of the recapitulation of the human body, of the seed of the serpent, which guards that tree of knowledge. Once again, I think I already covered this in the previous voiceover, so I'm going to have to go back and check to see if I've covered this already. But yeah, so this is the knowledge of why the Caduceus and the Asclepius, the knowledge of the Greek mythology of the serpent of the pole, the serpent and the staff, the symbols of wisdom and healing and health. Knowledge of the human physiology attained by the true illuminates, the true initiates of the wisdom of human physiology and of the universal secrets of science and of knowledge, of gnosis, and the knowledge of hypnosis, and the knowledge of prognosis and diagnosis, all these different branches and forms of ways that we come to attain knowledge, to attain knowing, both within and without, as gnosis and as science, the two dualistic aspects of reality. So these ruling Serpent Kings, the Serpent Priest class, is also why we find the shape-shifting serpent in the movie Conan as in such a symbolic scene. Again, he is the king. He is transforming. He is shape-shifting into a serpent as the divine serpent king, the divine ruler. And even on his hood, we find the symbols of the two serpents and the eye and the egg, the two Kundalini serpents and the all-seeing eye of ascension within the center of the skull, as we covered. I think I covered this in the beginning of the presentation. I'm glad I added that clip to give this full context. Otherwise, I would have to show you my whole entire films to give you this context. But so this is why the people, there's a lot of arguments out there about the etymology of the Vatican, and there is no actual real, definitive source of what the etymology of Vatican is. Some people argue that it comes from that it means divining serpent, but that combines two entirely different etymological root languages, which are Mayan and Latin. So that would combine Latin as Vaticus, which literally I believe it means diviner, and Can, which is Mayan or Aztec for meaning serpent, such as Kukulkan, which literally means feathered serpent. But so this is referring, so there's so again, but this actually refers to the priest class, the knowledgeable ones. Once again, the divining serpents, the sages, the seers, the sorcerers, the vizier, the priesthood to the king, to the royalty. Which is why we find the serpent all throughout the Vatican, such as the Vatican Hall, which is literally St. Peter's Hall, which is literally the serpent, which is the viper. It is the venom. It is the venom of God. Oh, I didn't cover this yet already. Samael, in other words, the alternate angelic name for what was referenced or likened to Satan in the biblical story of Jacob ascending the ladder to heaven, who wrestled with the angel Samael, which was allegedly to have been Satan. Samael means venom of God, poison or venom of God. And so that's where the Gnostic master, divine supreme lord, cult leader Samael Onweor, or however the hell you say that stupid name. What a stupid name to have. But yeah, so he named himself after Samael, the angel of Satan, venom of God, that Jacob wrestled with on the ladder to heaven to ascend and to see God face to face through the process of ascension. My voiceover got ruined, So yeah, this is the ascension from root to crown, which is where Jacob's ladder, the ladder to heaven, the two intertwining serpents, which guard the golden egg of knowledge. Again, the guardians of the knowledge, the goose that laid the golden egg, with Jack and the Beanstalk, who climbs the axis mundi to heaven to attain the golden goose eggs, the golden egg of knowledge, that egg of wisdom, of enlightenment, of the human thalamus at the top, that is kissed and protected by the two serpents, which also represents, and we'll go so much deeper to this in future presentations. We're not going to get off into those tangents right here. Some of the favorite lyrics from one of my favorite songs by a Friends band goes as follows. I've been placed in a position many fear. A voice traveled up my spine, and he whispered in my ear, and he said, carry my voice and I will carry you. Now spread your every word just to cover up their wounds. Carry my voice and I will carry you. Carry my voice and I will carry you. But, so again, Jacob ascended the ladder to heaven. These are the dual ascending and descending tracks representing the duality, the polarity of the human central electric spinal system, which is the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system, or also the motor and the sensory neurons, which are the ascending and descending tracks of the human spinal column, which represent the two angels ascending and descending the ladder of heaven, as described in Jacob's vision of the ladder to heaven, where he wrestled or struggled with the archangel Samael, which literally means the venom or poison of God. So this is the snake oil. The cerebrospinal fluid of the human spinal system is the snake oil, and it was likened to an oil, but it's not actually an oil. It is actually a salty saline solution of solution of salvation, of the salivation, the saliva, the salt that saves, the preservative that saves your life and gives you the electric spark, that eternal life that is ignited within you. And salt, again, is a preservative. It saves. And so so that is the oil of this. That is the snake oil. It is the serpent staff, which is the snake oil, the venom of the snake. The snake venom is, again, is the venom of God that Jacob wrestled with the archangel Samael, who was also, he was known as the deceiver in the Hebrew Old Testament, in the Hebrew Torah. He was known as the angel of death. He was known as the deceiver, or as the trickster. So again, the snake oil, the salesman, the deceiver, the trickster, the forked tongue, the venom of God, the snake oil, the oil of the lamp, of the consciousness of enlightenment, which is again the story of the genie and the lamp of enlightenment, with the serpent vizier, the serpent symbolism of the high priesthood. But so that's the essence of what we will be covering here, is how the snake oil salesman uses the spells, and they use the neurolinguistic programming to sell you bullshit that you don't need, to sell you BS products that, number one, are completely useless, completely, sometimes often even harmful, detrimental, or just completely unnecessary, completely useless, and just a waste of money. They are trying to rip you off, and they do this by sweet talking you, by smooth talking you, with their this is awesome, this is a great selling point, ooh, listen to the sweet tone of my voice. So that's literally what Silas Snakebreath was. That's what I was. And the whole point of these characters, they're always out to get the women. They're the deceivers who just want to woo and to sweet talk women, to smooth talk women so that they can take advantage of them. This is what salesmen do. That's why Silas Snakebreath was the snake oil salesman. Everyone loved the character. I hated that. It was so stupid, but it's so poignant now, though. But so again, Wormtongue, Jafar, these characters, they are the snake oil, they are the smooth, they're not even always smooth talking, but they're the one who uses the snake tongue, the forked tongue. They're the snake in the grass, trying to get the woman. They are trying to win the affections, and they're trying to weasel their way in, to slither their way into that woman. But yeah, I mean, that's what it is. So look here, let's look at the examples.
His passing is hard to accept, especially now that your brother has deserted you.
Leave me alone, Snake!
Oh, but you are alone. Who knows what you've spoken to the darkness? So fair, so cold, like a morning of pale spring still clinging to winter's chill.
Your words are poison.
We also find this in, we find it in the Jungle Book, where the serpent character, the snake, known as Ka, She controls he, in various different versions, he or she, it controls the main character's mind using the spells, the forked tongue of the serpent, using Harry Potter of the what's known as parcel tongue, which is essentially, I liken it to basil tongue, which is serpents, it's the sharpness of the speech. So in other words, it's using the control of language to control people's perception, keep them under a spell, via spelling. In other words, casting spells. Because the language comes from grammar, which grammar originally comes from a grimoire, which a grimoire is a book of spells. And so it was originally attributed to higher learning, higher knowledge. Grammar literally means the study of higher wisdom, of higher knowledge. And in the ancient world, the only people who were able to read books and to write and had the knowledge of language were the very high priesthood. They were the noble priesthood, the priest class. So in other words, the elite people who usually only had enough money to be able to write down and to go to school to study these things, coming from ancient Egypt, where only the priest class had enough money to basically to study the art of writing and of language and translation of language and all of that, and through writing down spell books and through the scrolls and the papyrus. So only the priest class were able to afford a book of the dead, which granted their passage into the afterlife. And so this was originally the ways that the priesthood and the priest class used ancient knowledge to control the population. By basically, you control a population by keeping them from the knowledge that you have. So this is how priest classes and priesthoods and the church itself will control the population, is by keeping knowledge locked away and using that knowledge for themselves, but not sharing that knowledge with everyone else. And so I hope I didn't go too off.
No, I just wanted to point it out how curious it is when you were talking about the Book of the Jungle. The serpent is called Ka, and Ka means human being in our source code, because Sergio, he thinks our source code language is Sumerian, and then, as I told you before, everything spreads in a fractal way. So we have some words in one language and another words in another language that sometimes mean the opposite.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, do you think language could have been created by external entities to... It's like we are born with this code in our DNA, right?
The church say that the word belongs to God. The church say, but I think the word doesn't belong to the human being. I think. I would like to hear your opinion.
I think that would be very correct. I think that would be accurate to say that when we hear language, and we automatically associate that with writing and reading and with spoken word and all of that. But that's very limited to what language actually is. Language is literally any form of communication, and the most primordial, the original form of language is essentially its mathematics, and that is the true universal language. It is objective. You can't misinterpret it and mistranslate it to mean something that it doesn't mean. So in other words, when people talk about subjectivity versus objective, in other words, perception versus objective truth, you can say 1 + 1 = 2, or you can say 1 + 1 = 3. But there's only one way that happens, and that's you have one thing, one object, one individual, one subject, and then you have another thing, and those two combine, to make two, but it also combines to produce a third object. And you have two adults, they come together, they mate, they merge, and they produce a third, which is the child. So you have two parents, they produce the third of the child. So that is how 1 + 1 = 3. But if you want to extend that to 2 + 2 = 4, That is the essential, that's the core foundational language of the universal truth that we know and that we can understand is mathematics. And all things stem from number. And this gets us into the study of the quadrivium and the trivium method, which quadrivium is the four sciences of math, music, geometry, and astronomy, or in other words, cosmology. So these are all the different measures and study of number. These are all the different forms of studying how number creates our reality, creates our experience. And it's so math is number itself. Geometry is number in space. Music is number in the measure of number in time. So you're measuring, beats per second. You're measuring cycles per second. You're measuring frequency rates, and you're measuring vibrations through the study of music, the study of cymatics, and all of this combined. The way all of these things combine together is what we know of as cosmology, which cosmology comes from the roots of cosmos, which literally means order. And so it originally meant order of the world, or in other words, order of the universe. So it's talking about cymatics. It's talking about how things come into form, how things come into being, how things arise out of chaos. In other words, how structure is created, how pattern is created. And pattern comes from pater, the root of the father. The pattern is what is that masculine aspect of reality, whereas the feminine, chaos, and we covered this in my Symbols of Power Part 3 film as well. We covered how all this symbolism and all this language comes together. But so you have your roots of duality within the very origins of language itself. You have masculine and feminine. You have polarity, one of the main principles of the 7 Hermetic principles of creation. So you have the principle of polarity or duality, how you have masculine and feminine, which come together to produce a third, a trinity, which is what creates new experience, creates new life. And so in other words, language is not just, something that humans possess, it's something that all of nature expresses. All of nature itself arises from language, and reality itself is language.
But why there is so much confusion and misunderstanding with language, whereas with the music and mathematics we can understand perfectly each other? Because with music you can travel around the world, you don't need a language.
Exactly.
But at what time of our human history language was introduced in our DNA as a way of confusion? Like they say that the Tower of Babel, but it's much earlier.
Yes, that's another thing. We could pull up. Let me do.
Okay, so I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and I was either going to write all this down somewhere in one of my books or something somehow, or full future presentations or something connected to my original first video about the truth about English, where I listed this one really important line, one of the most important lines in the entire video, or slam poetry, which was, "We languish in our languid language, and anguish ever since the ancient times of the Anglish Ancus, and the phony phonetic phonics of the ancient Phoenician Phoenix." Again, the etymology of English actually comes from Anglish, essentially from Angelish, or what was known as Angelish, particularly ultimately from the Proto-Indo-European root of hang, which we can liken to hang, which is the root of hang, and it means narrow, constricted, or compact, narrow, constricted, tight. And so again, English comes from Anglish, which comes from essentially the land from the Angles, the land of the Angles, the land they inhabited was probably because it was shaped like a fish hook, which is where we get angle from, which is linked to angle, which is where we get fishing as angling, because the angle of the fish hook is where we get the word angling from, is from the angle of the fish hook, because an angle is to fish with a hook.
which is from the suffix Proto-Indo-European root of onculo, which is what gives us the root of ankle, which because angle is linked to ankle because ankle comes from the angle of the ankle itself, which is from the Proto-Indo-European root of ang or ankh, because an ankh is to bend, which is where we get the Egyptian prominent symbol, which composes itself of four angles, prominent sharp angles with the most prominent bend, with the bend hook, or in other words, the symbolically known as the ru, or which is the bend. It's the hook. It's the ankle made. So it gets its name from the ankle, from the angles that compose it. And again, ankh to bend, aglu corner, Lithuanian anka literally means loop. So again, the ankh is it's the looped, it's the angled loop, linked with angum, limb, or ankle. Again, hook. And so this gets us into the ultimate root etymon of all of these words, which is the ang, which by declension and by sound shift and vowel shift all throughout the different cultures and languages of the world, all throughout history, it shifts from ang to ang to eng to ing to ong to ung, and these are all the same phonetic, essentially the same phonetic enunciations: the ang, the eng, the ing, the ung, the ang, the ankh. All the same, just very similar vowel shifts, and how the word shifts and translates over time and transforms over time. And so the root of ang, again, ultimately comes from Proto-Indo-European ha'ang, meaning narrow, which is Proto-Indo-European ha'ang, meaning to constrict, which gives us German eng, which is narrow. And we have this essentially becomes the word hang. And again, a hang is you hang from a hook, or you hang from a noose. A noose is an ankh, a noose is an angle, it is a bend, it is a loop. It is a noose from which you hang, and when you hang, this creates great pain or great anguish. And anguish is from the same root of ang. And again, anguish is extreme pain, either of the body or the mind, excruciating distress, which is linked to Germanic cognate of anger, and from Latin anguista, narrowness, difficulty, distress. And again, this is the narrowness of the breath, or the narrowness, the shallowness of breathing, the shallowness, the constricting. And we cover this thoroughly in the Symbols of Power Part 3 film about when we covered the etymology of sphinx and sphinx, and to asphyxiate, and the actual physical dynamics, the physics of constriction and contraction and strangling, and the physical dynamics of the torus field of constricting, and of implosion, of constricting. And so then we have the similar root of ang, which is with the e, angi, anga, which is from Old French anga, from late Latin angelus, which is the root of angel, or Greek angelos, which literally means angel. So it's the literal etymological connection of angle to angel. Of French, anga is angel. And again, from Greek angelos, which is messenger. It literally means messenger, is an angel of the gods, an angel of the heavens. And this is how, in astrotheology, the true origins and the true meaning of an angel, again, literally means messenger. Essentially a messenger from heaven, a messenger of God, if you will. But so this is how literally in astrotheological terms it comes from the zodiacal wheel, which is composed and comprised of specific angles of the zodiac, different degrees and the angles of the measures of the planets, which are the messengers of God, the messengers of the heavens, which are the planets themselves, the Elohim, the angels, the seven archangels, which are the actual planets in the solar system. So the measure of the angles, the specific angles of light, reflecting from these planets and from the stars and from the heavens, the measuring of these angles is divining the message of God, or the message of the future. You are divining an inspirational message from the heavens. So you are literally translating the language of the angels, the language of the angles of light, which influence our behaviors, our thoughts, our consciousness. And in Old English, ang literally again means narrow, straightened, also vexed, troubled, sorrowful. And so again, vexed, the root of English, of Anglish, contains the etymologies of vexed, which vexed again actually means annoyed, irritated, or distressed. Also much debated, discussed, or disputed. So we're talking about the confusion, the bewilderment. To be vexed is to be hexed, to be cursed, essentially, to be spellbound, to be perplexed. And also linked to Anga or angle is also demon, is also connected to this word. So you have the duality, the polarity of angels and demons, and we'll get into this in just a second. But so again, this links us to etymologically from Latin angulus, meaning again angle, and again which is phonetically cognate with angelus or Greek angelos, which is again angel. So an angle is literally an angle. And it literally means a curvature, or the measure of an angle, the measure of a bend, or a joint. From Proto-Indo-European hengulos, meaning joint. And Sanskrit Augury, meaning finger, toe. Because the finger or the toe is a curved joint. It is an angled joint, an angle, a hook, if you will. A joint, a crooked curve. From Greek ankylos, which is crooked or curved, just as the Egyptian crook is a curved hook, just as the Ankh is a curved angle. And so the Latin angulus, it also transforms through the dissension of language over time. It transforms through your Romanian ungi, so angulus becomes ungulus. Again, ang, ing, ung. They are all the same roots, just different vowel shifts over time, different declension or different shifts of sound over time. So Latin angulus again becomes Latin ungulus, which again comes from the same Proto-Indo-European root of hunk, of hunk. Again, so not hunk, but hunk, meaning to bend, but bow, curve. Cognate with Latin uncus, which is a hook. Proto-Germanic angio, meaning ing, linked with Sanskrit ankus, again a bend or a hook, or a bend or a curve, a finger ring. So the ungulus is literally where we get ungula, which is a claw, it's a hoof, it's a nail, a claw, or a hook, if you will. A claw is a curved, a hooked claw. It's something that you hook something with, a fish hook. It is a hook which causes great pain or great anguish. Great ungula causes great anguish, which creates great pain. So this is where we get ungulates, which are hoofed animals, because we're talking about their hoof, or in other words, their hooked ankle, the ankle of a hoofed animal. So the angle, the claw, the hoof, the ungula, the ungulus, the ungulus, the unguis, nail, claw, hoof, which this links us to the etymology of a hangnail, which a hangnail causes great pain and great distress, discomfort, anguish, if you will. Anguish or anguish is again essentially narrowness, difficulty, distress, extreme pain, difficulty of either the mind or body, excruciating distress, again linked with anger, with Old Norse or Old High German anger. Anger, grief, pain, trouble, affliction, vexation, in other words, confusion of self, confusion of the mind, of the body, affliction, sorrow, troubled, from ang, again, all from the same Proto-Indo-European root of hang, narrow, tied together, Latin ango, to squeeze, to choke, to vex, fear, anxiety, pain, nightmare, avestin, angra, destructive, Greek anko, meaning I squeeze, I strangle. So again, we're talking about the constricting, the strangling, and the great anguish, the great pain caused by hanging of the noose, of the angular bend. And anguish gives us anguis, which is literally Proto-Indo-European hangis, meaning snake. Old Prussian angis, Old Armenian. Old High German unk or unko, meaning snake. Snake, serpent, or dragon. Because being bitten or being constricted or strangled by a constricting python or being bitten by the serpent causes great pain or great anguish, causes narrowness of breath, you can't breathe, it paralyzes the lungs, causes constriction of the lungs, breaks your chest cavity, breaks your bones, strangles you to death. but either whether it's by the neurotoxin or whether it's by the toxin of the venom, or whether it's by the constriction of the looped angular muscles of the Ankh, the anguis. So again, the Latin anguis of the snake again connects to Latin unguis, which is the nail, claw, the hoof. And it connects to the snake by the nail, the claw, the hoof, because Latin unguis is linked etymologically to Lithuanian nagas. And although the etymology of nagas literally means fingernail, a claw, a nail, or a claw is a hook. It's a talon. Again, the hooked angle, the ankle of the finger, or of the toe, of the appendage, the hooked curve of the appendage. But so it's not etymologically linked to Sanskrit nagas, but it is directly linked to Sanskrit naga, because Sanskrit naga literally means snake or serpent, which again is a member of a semi-divine class of creatures associated with the form of the very large snake, associated with water. So again, we're talking about which were essentially the opposite of the Hindu devas, which were essentially the angels, if you would liken them to angels. Whereas the asuras, or the nagas, were essentially the demon aspects. So in other words, they're talking about the duality, the polarity of the same thing, a semi-divine class of beings. And we're not talking, don't get me, I am not talking literal here. I am not talking an actual race of ancient reptilian beings or angels, and none of that. We get so much deeper and so much more symbolic, relating this to actual reality on this channel, in my full films and in my full presentations and in my books. So do not take this literally. I'm not referring to this literally. I'm not saying that there is a divine angel or demonic language that is controlling humanity. That's not what I'm saying at all. As we could refer to the biblical reference of let us go down and corrupt their language, that they may not understand one another, which was said literally by the Elohim in the Bible, who conspired to go down and divide humanity's language from one universal root language, which we are covering here right now, the universal root meanings of how they all mean the same thing, and dividing it into infinite different, just vexing and perplexing and confusing roots that all share the same core tenets, the same core meanings and values, and similar essences, despite being from different etymologies and from different cultures and different time periods all over the world. It's the thread that weaves them all together that we are talking about here. And so again, the roots of Ang, Ung, Ong, Ing, etc., gives us the Old Norse and Proto-Germanic Ing, the Proto-Germanic root and Old English roots of ing come from Proto-Germanic ingus. Again, anguis, unguis, and Proto-Germanic ingus, which in this version here, I guess this is a specific author. I'm not sure who the author is, but esoterically links ingus to the seed, or the god Ing, the rune of isolation or separation, in order to create a space or a place where the process of transformation into higher states of being can occur. So in other words, we're talking about what we've covered in the full Symbols of Power film series, the transformation, the alchemical transmutation from root to crown, the Kundalini serpent ascension of the serpent energy, the life energy, the constricting energy within us, from root to crown. The alchemical transformation, the rune of gestation and internal growth. Ingus is associated to the seed, again, the fertility, the seed of nature, the growth energy, the transformation, earth god, stored energy, gestation process, male sexuality, agriculture. On the psychic levels, revealing internal growth, personal development, the power of suggestion, which is what this whole presentation is about, the power of suggestion or influence, the inner child wholeness. So, these are more, subjective interpretations. These aren't exactly, what it actually comes from. But yes, it does come from ing, meaning the state of being, the state of mind. The ing, the state of a thing. And so this is actually a really great write-up by, I guess, the author is Tyriel. I'm not sure who this is, but it is a very great write-up, actually, a full description of the ing, of the esoteric symbolic meaning of the ingus, the potential energy that must accumulate gradually in storage before being released as a single surge of energy. It represents the process of a mental seed or desire implanted by the conscious mind into the subconscious for incubation and gestation, for it to later re-emerge and sprout forth and to grow, just as the seed does from the ground, later to emerge as a new creation in your life affairs. Ingus governs the process of seed into catalyst, and thus self-sacrifice of one form to bring forth into a new form, a new being, and the characteristics inherited because of this transformation. Thus, the Ingus contains within its lore the true meaning of self-sacrifice, such as sacrifice occurs when one form is called upon to die so that a newly evolved form may begin to grow or emerge from that. This is the symbolic alchemical transformation of the phoenix, of the death and rebirth, the alchemical process of distillation and transformation and transmutation. So this is one of the cornerstone concepts that is known in the male mysteries. To die for something such as a cause or an idea such as freedom, a universal theme in the warrior traditions, is thus connected to the energies of Ingus. There is great wisdom in containing an analogy between this fundamental act of nature and the mystical act of generation. The failure of a magical operation is often caused by the lack of the operator letting go of some form of the past form or manifestation, so that a newly desired form can be born from that. All humans live in the past to some degree or another, but one must apply the laws of nature, which calls for death of the old in order to bring about the transformation of the new into new forms. So that's essentially what he writes, a brilliant esoteric write-up on the symbolism and the etymology of Ingus, which is great. And again, the actual scholarly etymology of the Ingus from Ingwen, Old English, Old High German Ingwen, again from the Ingwens, again linked to Angwin, Ingwen, Ungula, and all of these the same similar root meanings. So this gets us into, again, we can find here in the actual scholarly interpretations. Here we find Ingmar, and this links us to, again, always to Professor Tolkien's brilliant works of linguistics, and this links us to what he had. This brings us into what he had written about as Angmar, as well as Angband. And although his legendarium likens the etymology to his Elvish Sindarin language, which he has the root of Ang, meaning iron. So Angmar literally means iron prison, whereas Angmar literally means iron house. So Angmar literally means iron home, whereas Angband literally means iron prison. And it's interesting when we look up the details of Angband and how its qualities and properties, although his actual etymology of Ang is essentially it's not linked to the actual real world etymologies of Ang. It is in his legendarium, he uses the symbolism of the location to actually incorporate the real etymology of what Ang actually means. So you can find this in the description of what Angband actually is. So Angband was a subterranean stronghold under the three volcanic mountains of Thangorodrim, the largest mountains of Middle-earth, before the Great Gate, in other words, a passageway, usually a narrow passage or a valley between a passage of mountains. Before the Great Gate, there was a somber court area flanked by frightening cliffs and walled towers of a great battlement. Through the gate, there was a long, great tunnel leading to a labyrinthine pyramid of stairs to corridors, tunnels, and smithy chambers. So this is very symbolic. It goes back to ancient Egypt and the Greek legends by, I forget, what was it, Herodotus, historian Herodotus, had written about the labyrinthian passageways underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza. And so Tolkien is drawing on this and referring to a labyrinthian pyramid of stairs and corridors beneath Angband, beneath the narrow passage of the gateway. So it does etymologically link through the symbolism to the etymology of Ang, meaning narrowness, constricting. So that went way, way off track, and this is going to be a whole different video, could be a whole film presentation in and of itself, but I wanted to include that because I wanted to get into the deeper meanings and the deeper roots and linguistic symbolism of English itself, of Anglish, of Angelish, and all the symbolism of the influences of the serpent, of the tongue, the physiology of the human being, and the processes of nature itself. So I wanted to go deep into including all that, and I could go so much deeper into all of this, but I'm trying to give you a scathing surface overlay and a brief summary of what we're getting into here on this channel. So make sure to subscribe if you guys appreciate this type of stuff, and if you want to go much deeper in future films.
Okay, DNA itself is essentially its DNA is composed of music, of vibration. It is composed of not just chemical elements, but what composes that spiral helix is essentially, it's the same structure that all of nature is composed of, and it is that spiral phi ratio fabric of nature, that mathematical pattern of nature that creates not just the DNA, but the DNA is the language of cellular communication. It is how our cells in our body communicate with each other. And so DNA is literally, and modern science has proven that DNA is literally programmed by not just by words, because words are nothing more than sound or vibratory frequency. So DNA is programmed and reprogrammed by essentially by light, by sound, by frequencies, and not just by words, by frequencies itself, by tones, by certain vibratory resonances. And the reason why is because just like anything in nature, when we get into cymatics, any medium, or in other words, any medium of propagation, such as air, water, rock, any type of substance that has form or structure to it, is influenced by vibration. It is composed of vibratory sound and frequency. And so you can change the form and the structure and the pattern of that medium by changing its vibratory frequency, by changing its rate of oscillation, by how fast or how slow it vibrates. And you were talking about how the different languages of the world, you can travel anywhere around the world, and music is essentially, it's a universal language. It's a phenomenon that we all know and we all love, and we all speak these. We have different tastes in music, of course, but it's the fact that music is so influential over our moods, over our emotions, our state of mind, our state of being, which ultimately leads to our state of health. So it's how music itself is literally so intrinsic to what we experience in nature itself. And so back to our DNA, how the language of cellular communication is by the genetic expression. So our genes communicate to our cells how to program. It's the programming that tells our cells how to operate. It tells proteins what to produce and what to make. So it tells proteins what to do, what tasks to perform. Genes will upregulate and downregulate depending on epigenetic factors. In other words, our lifestyle behaviors, what we think, the thoughts that we think, the words that we speak, and the music that we listen to. Basically, everything that we experience in life is influential in controlling our genetic expression. And this is one of the main modern revolutions of science, is the study of epigenetics, and how sound and words and vibratory patterns and frequency literally it's not just what controls our DNA, but it is literally what our DNA is made of. Our DNA is a mathematical phi ratio pattern that is originally the true language of communication. And we know this because I'm going to be showing this in many of my future films and presentations as well. I'm writing this for part of the main factor of the new release of one of my books that I'm trying to compile and trying to write, is how the language of mathematics, of form, of frequency, of DNA, of phi ratio patterns, is essentially, it's one of the most intrinsic forms of communication by body language. In other words, by what gives us our shape, what gives us. In other words, the ancients considered beauty. They considered the phi ratio to be the foundational pattern of beauty, and they considered it to be the good and the beautiful. So they considered what was beautiful to also be equated to being good. And what was beautiful was considered to be healthy, because to be healthy means to be whole, and to be whole means you're not fragmented into many different pieces. You are one unified holistic structure, one unified holistic form. And through the phi ratio, this is what we consider to be beautiful, is the ratio of harmony in nature, such as the flower of life in sacred geometry, the structural pattern of a sunflower, or of many different plants in nature. They grow in this phi ratio pattern, in this phi ratio structure. And so does the human body. So the human body is literally composed of this language of nature. And so that is ultimately, one of the most core foundational structures of language. And I forget where I was going with this, and I forget it. I don't want to be veering too far off track from what your original question was, but I think that provides, a lot of clarity and a lot of, things to think about. And we could go, a lot deeper into that. That would be a very big subject, and it is a big subject, and we could go on for a very long time about those things, but especially that in and of itself.
Do you think that maybe the humanity are under hypnosis by the serpent with the frequencies of the world, like this image? Because this maybe there we have the truth. In this image, they say we think that it's fairy tale, but it's not fairy tale. Maybe it's the truth. The humanity are under hypnosis by the serpent. Then the serpent are not so friendly. I think so.
Yes, well, like all things, there is a duality, there is a polarity to that. And so, we could get into my full presentation here, but it's one of my new ones, and I haven't released this anywhere else, so I don't really want to give it away in just the talk. I want to save it to, I'm going to do a full video or a full film about it, and it's also going into many of my future presentations, and it's a main part of my book. But it's essentially what I was talking about earlier with parcel tongue, and I associate this to comforting lies, which we associate to sweetness or honey, or in other words, soft-spoken, sweet-sounding lies that are basically they're convenient, not truths. They're the opposite of the truth. They're convenient deceptions that sound good to the. It's basically, they sound good, but it's just a facade. It's just a false. It's a shell. It's a mask. It's a deception. It's a illusion. Whereas the inconvenient truth is that harsh reality that we don't want to hear. We don't want to listen to it because it destroys that beautiful illusion that we hold. So people have so many illusions, so many beliefs, so many programs that we run that are taught to us early on in life. And we're taught these in so many different ways by, our parents' beliefs. They pass this on to us so many ways. But so in other words, we're talking the duality between honey and between vinegar. So vinegar is bitter, or it's not bitter, but it's sour. And we associate sourness and bitterness to being harsh and to being bad. It's distasteful. Nobody wants, it's not sweet. It's not pleasurable. It doesn't release that dopamine sensation in the neural centers of the brain, the pleasure senses of the limbic system of the brain, which trigger our addictive responses. So in other words, we want the sweet stuff. We want what's sweet. We want what sounds good. People want to hear what is comforting. They want to be comforted. They want things to be soft and fuzzy and fluffy and warm. They don't want things to be harsh and sharp and piercing and penetrating, which is what the truth is. The truth is all of these things. The truth is a full spectrum. It is all of these things. But, we have this duality of, so this whole part of the presentation that I want to bring to people's attention is through the study of allegory, through what J.R. Tolkien wrote so poignantly, through his archetypal characters of Wormtongue and Saruman. Saruman is the sorcerer, and his little decrepit, degenerate sidekick Wormtongue that speaks with the forked tongue, and Saruman himself was a sorcerer who used the smooth, soft, comforting tone of his speech and his spelling to control people's minds, to put them under a spell, to where they thought he was the most amazing thing ever as soon as he started speaking, because he spoke with such a smooth, sweet, rhythmic tone that just hypnotized people. It just lured them into this soft, buttery speech of the way that his tone was just addictive, and it just hypnotized you. And that's exactly what neurolinguistic programming is. It's hypnosis. In order to it's a tool. Like any tool, you can use it for both good or bad. You can use it to control people, or you can use it to wake them up, to shake them out of a pattern that they've been programmed in their whole life, and to put them onto a new path. So like any tool, like psychedelic mushrooms or like LSD or any other, these are tools. They are meant to be used in a respected way in order to shift our perception, to shift our consciousness into a new way of being. And so we have this contrast of Saruman, the sorcerer, and Gandalf, the wizard. So let me pull up a visual just to give people an idea of these two different characters, in case they're somehow not familiar with the two different characters. So Gandalf is the character who speaks the harsh truth that you don't necessarily want to hear, but that will always benefit you, whether you want to hear it or not. He will speak harshly of people when it's necessary. Whereas Saruman, the sorcerer who seeks control over people and deception, he's the one who will use the fabrication of the sweet sounding tones. And this is what we find in the New Age community, so much in so many deceptive ways, through these sweet and soft tones, and they comfort you through the use of, we don't speak that. And
Mr. Hill, I feel that you're coming from an anger mindset, and if you're projecting this anger onto me...
Mister, I have not begun to project my anger onto you.
Please, Mr. Hill, loud is not allowed.
What the? Loud is not allowed? Now you listen to me, mister. Oh, when I think of all my hard-earned tax dollars going to propane and propane accessories, it just makes me want to... Oh, God, it just... Son, have you lost your mind?
Wait, Dad, you're not supposed to yell at me anymore. The guy from the States said your hostility invalidates our parent-child contract.
You're quoting that twig boy at me?
Hi, the neighbors. Remember, he said loud is not allowed, Dad, or they'll take me away.
When Amber won't talk to me, she really helps me learn that I did something wrong. And because she won't tell me what I did that was wrong, deep down I just assume that I'm simply wrong for who I am at the core of my being.
When I give JP the cold shoulder, it's encouragement for him to be a better person, because I don't really like who he is.
In my work, I'm not afraid of using curse words. I'm not afraid to. I like to use curse words because it's, number one, I find it humorous. I find it to be a way to, it's a way I convey humor. It's how I, show my realness, my rawness. It's the way that I show that I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to put on a false facade that is not who I am.
I agree with you. We have to kick people's asses.
Yes.
Wake up! Wake up!
Yes.
You are dreaming.
Yes.
You are sleeping.
Yes, there are times that people need to be shaken. There are times when people need to be comforted, and they need to be consoled, and they need to be supported. During times of hardship, times of loss, times where they're disturbed. People need to be comforted. So what we're talking about are like the scales of balance here, the universal scales of balance, the way things ebb and flow in nature. So we're talking about how things form into structure and they also dissolve into amorphous chaos. So we're talking
But they are taken with the fear. They are taken with the fear. They don't want to wake up because they are fear. They don't want the truth because they are afraid.
Yeah, because they don't want to think that they have wasted all his life for nothing. And they prefer to sleep in their hot shit. Claro, it's true. What do you prefer, the cold truth or your hot shit? Your hot shit?
Great. That was perfect. Yes, I couldn't have said it better myself. It's perfect. Yes, steaming hot shit. Yes, exactly.
To be more accurate, steaming.
Steaming, exactly. That's funny. There's so many different jokes we can make about that.
Some people, when they wake up, they don't know what to do. Then they say, okay, I'm gonna sleep again.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay, I wake up. What can I do? Nothing. I don't know.
Go to the New Age.
maybe clean your ass first.
No, one thing about the New Age you were talking about now, they are now bombarding us with union. We have to be united.
Mm-hmm.
But one sentence I heard that I like it too much. It was, union creates fragility. So you better fortify yourself and be an example for the others. You know what I mean? If you see poor people, don't be poor like them to be in their shoes. Be rich and be an example, and they will follow your example.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
To lead by example, and yes, there is great strength in unity. That is, strength is in numbers, and strength is also in uniformity. And uniformity, this goes back to fractal geometry, to sacred geometry, to harmonic music. When different notes of the musical scale are all in harmony with each other, they are all in balance. They are all in tune with each other, which creates a chord. It creates as opposed to discord. A chord is unity. A chord is a single structure. It is a string. It is a vibratory, like a guitar string. A guitar string is literally, it's a wound cable. So it's taking multiple strands and you're weaving a rope with it. When this gets us back into mythology and the ancient roots of mythology, and studies about that, is how the most mythologies and core theologies, they have a myth or a story about the universe being woven into existence. They have a divine weaver, or in other words, like the Native Americans have Spider Grandmother, who weaves the fabric of the universe together. The Greek tradition has the Norns, or the Fates, who are the ones who weave. They spin the wheel of time. The wheel of time is the spindle that spins these fabrics of existence together. And each one of us, each one of our lives, our life is considered a timeline. It's like a string. It's a strand of time. And all of these strands are woven together to form this structure, this tapestry that we call reality, to create this, this universal experience that we are all sharing together in unity and harmony. But it is consisted of individuality. Individuality is what precedes the universal harmony. So it gets back into this universal dance of all things coming from a united source, a form of oneness and a form of unity, which essentially was attributed to chaos. I mean, because what else are you going to consider? You're going to consider it's just something. It contains everything within it, all possible outcomes. It contains all probability. So what else could it be other than just, pure chaos? But we associate chaos to being a bad thing. But chaos is not just a bad thing. I mean, especially when we consider society and versus order. And this is what, the Freemasonries and secret societies and ancient mythologies, this contemplation of order versus chaos, or structure, form versus the opposite of, what's the opposite of form? Just, fluidity. So I forget where I'm going with this, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it is, we go off into tangents, and it just, it can take us anywhere. So it's amazing. It's what I love talking about. It's what's fun to talk about. I don't know if I was going anywhere specific with that. I just get lost.
No, we were just talking about unity and the new age conception of we should be all united and
yeah. I don't necessarily consider that to be a harmful thing in and of itself. That's not what I consider to be like a dangerous tenet or philosophy of the New Age things that they propagate. What I consider to be more harmful would be to be the main point of that presentation that I'm going to be talking about, is the difference between comforting lies versus harsh truths. So the main problem with this tenet of the New Age community is that, take what resonates with you and leave the rest behind. So in other words, take what you like from something and leave the rest behind, or ignore the rest, or throw the rest away. So in other words, that's cherry picking. And as when you get into things like science and health and nutrition, or any type of something that is very important to understand for your own life and your own well-being, and for everyone, all of us together as a whole, when you get into really important things like that, cherry picking is a very bad thing. And you can't properly make really healthy and really good life decisions if you're cherry picking what you want reality to be. If you're trying to make reality what you want it to be. So in other words, and also in the New Age community, we hear all these phrases like, you create your reality. You create reality is what you make it. The world is what you make of it. Even Terence McKenna propagated a lot of this BS in his lectures about, the world is what you, quote unquote, in his lectures, the world is what you want it to be. And is the world is what we make of it with our speech. And that's relativism. And later on, towards the end of his life, just before he died, I think he started to realize just how dangerous this ideology that he had been propagating his whole career had become. And he started to openly denounce relativism, which is the idea that you can just make things whatever you want them to be. And there is there's this perspective to that where it is true in certain contexts, but in the larger, objective context, it's not true. Like, you can't just make something what you want it to be. Reality is what it is. And you have to accept that for what it is. You have to accept it, and it comes down to that wisdom proverb of, grant me the grace to accept the things that I can't change, and the strength or resolve to change the things that I forget exactly how it goes, but it's that proverb, very wise proverb and very poignant and timeless, because it makes a lot of sense. There are things that we can't change that we have to accept. Things like, we can make a joke like birth, death, and taxes. But that's not the truth. That's not something that we accept. We can change the fact about taxes. We can change that. That's something we can change. Nor should we ever accept. There are things that we should not accept that need to be changed. So I forget where I'm going with all these things, but we can't just make reality what we want it to be. There are certain parts that of reality we have to come to terms with. We have to accept. And so you can't just take what resonates with you and leave the rest behind, because this gets us into cognitive bias. This is the 12 different forms of cognitive bias. There's confirmation bias, where we only believe the things that we want to be true. There's, which is essentially cherry picking. You're only taking things that you want, that you like, and leaving all the rest that you don't like, even if those things are actually true. But it makes me feel bad. I don't like. It kind of makes me scared a little bit. I don't like that. I don't like the tone of his. Yeah, I get a lot of people, not too many people telling me specifically, but a lot of people I admire and I respect. Like one of my good friends, Christopher Lord. Everyone's always telling me they can't listen to his mind-blowing information because they don't like the sound of his voice. Or, who cares about the sound of his voice? That is irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant to the truth of the information that he's speaking.
Because as you said before, they want the soft voice.
Exactly. They want the sweet, smooth sounding. They want that soft. They want what resonates with them. But the problem with that is what resonates with you. So we're talking about wave harmonics here. We're talking about phase conjugation. We're talking about things flowing in harmony. So this is your frequency, for an example. This is my frequency, for an example. So they're vibrating at different frequencies, and they interact to create a third, what's called a wave interference pattern in physics or in science. So all things are vibratory patterns. All things vibrate. All things are sound. All things resonate. Well, resonation actually means when things come into harmony, come into to resonance. They come into phase conjugation. But the opposite of phase conjugation is incoherence, or in other words, it's destructive interference. So you have coherence and you have interference patterns. And so if it was everyone is vibrating at a different frequency, everyone is resonating at a different frequency based on all the different thoughts, the beliefs that they hold, the programs and the patterns that they are running. Literally the patterns, the pater, the cymatic frequency that they are operating at. And so what resonates with you does not necessarily resonate with me, but that does not mean that what you're saying isn't true just because it doesn't resonate with me. You can be saying the truth and you can be presenting the actual facts. And if I don't like the way the facts, make me feel, that's irrelevant to determining what the truth is and what how we should live our lives in accordance to that truth. We should always seek to live our lives in accordance with truth. And, that's how language and sound and, vibration and etymology and cymatics applies directly to all of this thing. It is literally the foundational, the core structure that creates all of these things. And so, again, we're talking about how, again, Gandalf is the wise wizard, the wise one. The wiser wizard literally comes from the wiser, the old wise one, the one who carries the wisdom. He's the old one, and we associate age with wisdom because you gain wisdom and knowledge as you progress, as you get older. You gain knowledge through experience.
The Gandalf, the guy with the gun. Because we are always playing with words.
Yeah. Well,
no, but as you said, people that we are interweaving in the same way, we always come together at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Look at us. We are in very different countries and we are here talking about the same thing. So
mm-hmm.
who cares about the others? I think everybody has their own microcosmos.
Yeah.
Who has the truth, finally? Who's the holder of the truth?
Well, that's exactly how it works. And, you take a bunch of clocks, you put all these different clocks in a room, you tune them to, you wind them up to different times and everything. And at first it's chaos, it's absolute chaos. You get all these different chimes, the clocks are chiming at different times, they're all out of sync with each other. But eventually, over time, all those clocks will start to synchronize in perfect harmony with each other. And, this is just a fact of science. It's a fact of physics. And, for people who don't like facts, I'm in a huge battle on all my pages with everybody hates facts. Everybody, they denounce facts. There's no such thing as facts. There's no such thing as truth. Truth is what you want it to be. Truth is what you make it. Everyone's got their own truth. Our truth. They've all got their truth. Everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's got a belief, and that's all there is. There's nothing more than beliefs. There is no facts, are nothing more than just collective beliefs, and that's all garbage. Because
Yeah, there is always a logical line. Even if you have your own truth, there is always a logical line to follow.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, there's a core pattern, there's a core structure. You know, like that is what the clocks are coming into synchronicity with. They are coming into balance, into harmony with each other. And the fact that they do that is a fact. You know, that's something that we can't change. You know, that's something that happens. And the fact is considered, it's literally that which has occurred in the past. Or in other words, it's something that can be proven, that can be known. And so this gets us into the duality of reality. You know, esoteric and exoteric, inner world and outer world. You know, microcosmos, macrocosmos. You know, as above, so below. So this is the duality of reality. That is how it is. You know, we can't change that. So for anyone to say that one aspect of reality is more important than the other one is completely wrong. It's delusional, because yes, you know, we change ourselves. That can ultimately change the way that we interact in the world, and therefore change the world by extension to ourselves. Or we can change the world. And that will change our behavior. So it's a two-way street. You know, it goes both ways. You know, change it happens. It's an interface, and both are very much important. Both are very much important. And so, you know, people will say that, you know, so this is also what we know of as gnosis and science. Gnosis comes from Greek, literally meaning knowledge, to know. Gnosis means it's knowledge by experience. So in other words, it's personal knowledge. It's what you know to be true because you've experienced it directly, and nobody can take that away from you because that's your experience. It's what you know to be true. But what most people really hate and really don't like is science. They really hate the fact that science is a good way to actually analyze the way the world works. And they do this because the fact that science has been controlled and manipulated, and that, you know, a lot of science is fabricated, a lot of it is false, and a lot of it is fake. So they use the fact that some of it is fake and a lot of it is fake, and even maybe most of it might be fake, but they use that to just like ignore all of it altogether. And that's ignoring basically the external reality, because, you know, gnosis is your internal truth. Science is how we know the world around us.
It's evolution. If we don't count on science, we go back to the Middle Ages.
Yeah, you go back to the Dark Ages is what it is. To the world of belief. And this is where we're heading. This is where I see it happening every single day, more and more, and it's making me really bitter, and it's making me really frustrated, and it's really pissing me off, to be quite honest, is because, you know, it's like no matter how much I try to share, you know, the truth with people, and I've never experienced this before at any time in my life before. I've always been able to speak whatever I wanted, say whatever I wanted, share whatever I wanted, and people just, you know, they were like, that's awesome. Yeah, that you presented your facts, your evidence. That makes perfect sense. Yes, but it's not like that anymore. In the past couple years, the past 2 or 3 years, everything has changed. People are now openly like at war with, you know, very simple truths that can be validated and verified. And it all comes down to this fake news stuff, this fake news, and, you know, and all of it. Essentially, again, the control of language, the manipulation of language and the manipulation of terminology. You know, what people think something means to themselves is entirely different of what it actually means in reality. And, you know, so this is how language is so important. But, you know, I wanted to bring it back to language because I don't want to go off into my own rants as to what I'm going through right now, you know, personally. But yeah, so I just wanted to try to bring it back to language, since that's what we want this talk to be about.
When did you realize language was so polluted, we could say? Or it has been?
Well, I a lot of my friends, a lot of the people I listened to made this very clear. Jordan Maxwell made it clear.
Jordan Maxwell, we know
about you know, universal commercial code, admiralty law, and essentially legally the legal control of language. How literally, and not only that, but how court systems literally govern every aspect of commerce and every aspect of our lives, whether we want to accept this or not, whether this makes you feel good or not, whether this resonates with you or not. I could care less. It matters not what resonates with, what makes you feel good or if it makes you upset or scares you. Who cares? Your feeling is irrelevant to the truth. And so that's ultimately, all of this stuff liberates me. I love this stuff. I love learning, always have. When somebody tells me something that I don't want to hear, I thank them. It's valuable knowledge. Unless it's just complete disinformation, unless it's completely easily debunkable and disprovable garbage, then that's what pisses me. That's the only thing that makes me angry. Nothing else affects my emotional state other than people, blatantly lying about stuff that can be easily disproven. And not only that, but they won't want to engage in factual discourse. They won't provide any evidence for their claims. They just say, oh, it's true because I said it is. Oh, because it's my personal experience. I'm like, I don't care what your experience is. You have to validate your experience for other people to be able to relate to your experience. And again, this gets into inner world, outer world. Like, your experience is irrelevant to other people, unless they can actually relate to it. The way to relate to that is you got to present your case. You got to present your evidence. You got to make it believable to other people by showing them why it's true, how it's true. This is when, where, what, why, how. Essentially the scientific method, the process by which we come to know things. And but yeah, so uniform commercial code, legalese, admiralty law, all of that stuff is ultimately what's really opened my eyes to how language is so important and is so easily manipulated by the court system, which ultimately governs every aspect of our lives. It controls, how we think, how we behave, what we do, what we speak, all of this, all controlled by government. Government literally meaning to mind control, to control the mind. In other words, to steer, to govern literally comes from the one who steers a ship. You are the governor of the ship. You're the one at the wheel. You're at the helm. You're in the captain's seat. You are the controller. You are the captain steering your ship. And, ship, ultimately, a lot of these people talking about word spells and stuff will be like, oh, ship is in all these different words, citizenship, relationship.
Yeah, that's true.
On the ship, and you can take that literally, but it actually means the ship is an act of. It's a state of being. You are in a relationship. You are in the state of relating to each other. It's a state
relationship. Chip is oveja.
It's sheep.
Sheep. Relationship. Relationship.
That's great. Yeah.
Take note.
Wow. Yeah, I never thought of that. This is why
relationship.
This is why people from different cultures and speak different languages and different dialects. This is why it's so important to understand, to gain new perspectives about what what languages and what words mean. Because ultimately, the study of etymology is all about how sounds change over time. And that's what changes the words over time is how the sound changes over time. And we know this because different cultures pronounce different words differently, and that's what makes the spelling so important and so amazing to study. And because when you understand how the different sounds are created, you understand how the word changes over time. You understand that, and I don't know too many of the technical aspects of, and this is one of the most important things that I really want, some actual professional linguists, some real historical linguists to teach me more about. And I've been looking all over the place for real high quality linguists to teach me more of this stuff about things like declension, which is how vowels will shift over time. How vowels can change, because a lot of the original root languages like Hebrew, they didn't have written vowels. They only had the spoken vowels, the vowels. the vowels. And I've associated in my work. I've come to sort of, maybe I'm completely wrong on this, but from sort of just the resonance that I pick up through all the study and all the writing that I've done, is that the vowels are literally there. That a, e, a, e, a, o, u.
Yeah, that's like in Spanish. We only have 5 vowels, but you have so many. And look, Arabic, I think they have, I don't know, so many. And Thai, they have 14.
Wow.
But that's why when we study English, we can see things that maybe it doesn't sound the same for us. Because for us, sheep and sheep is the same. That's why you will never realize it could be the same, because for you is sheep and sheep. You really notice the change, but for a Spanish person, sheep is sheep, you know. Like shit is shit, sheet of paper. And we have short videos analyzing words like heart. How can you say heart the same as heart? It's unbelievable. English language is unbelievable.
Wait, which 2 words are you comparing there? All I hear is like heart. Like,
I don't remember. We have so many. We made some videos. We will make more in the future.
You mean like hearth and heart, or like
heart, papa, and hurt.
Oh,
you mean like hurting somebody with a knife or with a weapon, or hurting your feelings. But for us, hurt and heart.
Heart with fart. Like infarctus, eh? If you have an infarctus, it's because you are full of fart.
Yeah, as you can imagine, our book is very, very funny.
Open your ass for us, no? The English is awful, like Spanish language. But it's very, very, ¿cómo se dice? Divertido. Funny. It's very funny.
Yeah, we laugh so much. We work very hard.
We play with the words.
We worked for a year, sometimes until 4 in.the morning, but we were laughing so much.
I know how that works. Yes, I exactly how I work too. Yeah, it's very hard, but it's very rewarding.
Yeah, very rewarding at the end.
It is. The sense of humor that you can gain is absolutely amazing. Yeah, you guys, y'all are just as wild as I am.
For sure.
You don't expect the sense of humor. A lot of people don't understand it.
Because we don't care about other people's opinions. As far as you feel free, I care a damn. So, because nobody's coming to pay my bills, so why should I feel affected by other people's opinions? You know?
Well, unless it's aligned with the facts, that's the only time you should care about their opinions.
Yeah.
If it's actually true. That's the thing is, are their opinions nothing more than opinions, or is it a fact? These people are just, they can't accept this. I don't understand what is going on with the world today. Relativism is absolutely, it's getting out of control. And yeah, I can't believe what's happening with people's minds these days. It's, and it wasn't like that just a few years ago. Everybody, like, I could see, it was literally like everyone was on the same page, essentially. It was like, okay, we're understanding that government has very bad agendas afoot. They're not doing things, and then Donald Trump came along, and then all of a sudden, like, everybody just goes their all these separate ways, and everybody starts fighting with each other about just all these different, everything, race, religion, all of those things were already, divisions in and of themselves, but it was like things were starting to gaining good momentum. Like, people were actually starting to wake up, like really waking up. Like, I was having a lot of success with all my videos. People people were understanding it. We were all on the same page. Things were going all in the right direction, in a good direction. people were waking up, the world was waking up, and now they're not. Now all I see is everyone's going vastly, more rapidly asleep. Like people are just going right back to sleep, and they think they're waking up, but they're waking up into a delusion. Like they're waking up into a fantasy realm, and they think they're waking up, and it's not happening. People are going fast asleep very quickly, as far as I can see. And wasn't like that up until a couple of years ago. Something happened. Disinformation started kicking in. People really, I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't too aware of all of the stuff that was going on. But now it's getting really bad. Like people can't. They have no bearing on reality whatsoever. They don't know how to discern truth or reality.
It was your fault. You opened the bottle of.
And in some ways, I think it might have been like, especially with a lot of the language and the spelling and stuff. Like, I see a lot of people doing some of the language stuff that is entirely untrue, and it's not that. I mean, sure, maybe they're learning, some new perspectives about things on their own, but like I see a lot of people, doing sort of words, I guess, word spelling type stuff that's just incredibly inaccurate. And like so what I've been doing over these past years is I've been refining. Like I started out like really sort of vague, and I'm a little embarrassed of some of my earlier works, like
fornication. No, I think your videos are great.
Yeah. But what I mean is that I'm learning I've come so far. Like since my very first video, which was my most popular one, The Truth About English, the one that I do the word spelling and, do a little bit of the spoken word and the poetic stuff like that, introducing people to how language can easily control your perception, make you think entirely different things, make you think diametrically opposed to what someone else is thinking. But I've come along so far since then. Like I've been trying to refine my work to become more credible, to make it more accurate, and that's what the truth does. Is I'm cutting away all the stuff that's not true, that I used to think that I thought was true, but it actually isn't. And so I do that all throughout my life. I change my perspective a lot and very rapidly, and I think that's why a lot of people can't really relate to what I'm doing anymore. Is because I've changed so fast that a lot of people are still just not able to keep up. But I always try and keep people up on my level. I try and bring them with me and explain everything I'm talking about and explain it in a very easy to understand way, that it makes sense. And I always show my work. I show them where I'm getting my information from. I show all of my sources. I show my work so that they know I'm not just making stuff up.
Yeah, but it happened the same to us. That when Sergio started, now he looks back and he thinks, "Wow." It's like when you start, you are walking step by step. But once you are in, you are growing, thriving exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes so fast that sometimes you can't follow your own yourself. Yeah. Because you have so much information coming that you don't know where to put it, and yeah, it goes very fast.
We are not here for lick ears.
¿Por?
Para chupar orejas.
To lick ears.
Ears. No, para que no estamos aquí para decir lo que la gente quiere escuchar.
He means that we are not here to
say that the people want to hear.
To listen to.
To listen to.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Just to tell what we think is.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
What it is. We're not here to tell people what we want it to be or what they want it to be. We're here to tell it like it is.
Yeah.
That's what the etymology is. It's the true sense of the study of the true sense. The roots. The truth is the root. The root is the truth. And that's what it all comes back to. The truth is where all things come from. It's what all things go back to. It's that sense of oneness. It is that source, the origin, the well from which all things spring. And if you think about it, the term wellspring, and I've got a deep etymological breakdown in a lot of my new presentations in my book I'm writing. It's a huge, just goes off into all of these ones I'm working on now. Like, that's why I haven't published anything new, any new videos in a couple of years, or any, is because it's getting so big. Like you were saying, it's expanding so much. Like, when I start getting into the thing, when I start writing it down, researching it, and all the pieces just start falling into place, and it gets so big so fast that there's no way I could possibly get it out in a timely manner. It's too much for me to handle on my own.
And now you have an emporium with your webpage, lifting the veil. Well, so should we finish?
Yeah. I think we covered some good ground.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was a little worried at first. I was like, I haven't prepared enough for this one. I didn't know what I was going to talk about.
And now you see 2 hours talking.
This is your web page. I gonna put now. This is lifting the veil.
Yes.
Yeah, because Cullen, he's a musician, an author, everything. So if you want to go to his page, that's his page.
Patreon.com.
Metaphysics, symbolism, occult sciences, linguistics, mythology, mysticism, esoterica, health and nutrition, and so much. Because you also do counseling and everything, right?
Yes. People can consult with me. They can ask me anything they want me to. Once they sign up, I can do personal coaching. I can teach you whatever you want to know.
Hello everyone, my name is Cullen Smith. I'm a published author. Today I would like to introduce you all to my brand new published book, The Hive Mind Invasion of Civilization, a compendium of esoteric science, symbolism, and universal secrets. If you'd like to purchase this book, you can head over to my brand new website that I've set up. It's still very bare bones. There's a lot of work I need to do on the site, but for now it's got the basic things that I need on there until I upload all of my content. You can sign up for the newsletter to receive email updates on all of my posts as I begin to populate the site with all of my archives of articles, books, videos, and films and courses and all of that good stuff. So you'll get notifications as I begin to populate the website with all of my content on it. So that's a good reason to sign up right now, even though there's no content on it yet. But you can pick up my books there. I've got my Hive Mind book. I've also got a couple other titles that I've released for, which are just study aids. They are journals such as Divine Manifestations, a dream journal to log your dream and awakening experiences and to highlight any insights or intuitions that may come to you along your process of growth and exploration of all of this content. I've got a food journal to log your nutritional progress and to log your health and fitness progress as well. And I've got a 50 Days of Gratitude journal as well, and I will be releasing several more titles as well to help expand and explore your own creativity and things of that nature. So these make great gifts for any friends, beloved family, any loved ones. So these are great gifts that you can pick up and also support Lifting the Veil and the work that I do in the process. So feel free and head on over to my brand new website, liftingtheveil.tv. And I will see all of you there. All right, have a great day. Thank you. My name is Cullen Smith. This is Lifting the Veil. You can find all of my full books, presentations, videos, films, articles, posts at subscribestar.com/liftingtheveil. Patreon has suspended this work and my account and income stream for this content. So if you are a supporting patron, then please I ask you to move your support over to subscribestar.com/liftingtheveil. And I have just established a completely free
totally uncensored, totally free speech social media platform that replaces Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, every other platform all in one on liftingtheveil.locals.com. You can download the Locals app and you can join our group and have totally free speech and totally uncensored, unrestricted content access. And there is also a ton of exclusive content, and I will leave the cited reference links in the description down below. So you can check that out for all of my full content, and I will see you guys in the next video. I rely solely on word of mouth, and the recommended algorithms are not recommending any of my videos or films anymore. My channel has literally been completely restricted, so I rely on your help by sharing my work around if you appreciate it, and leave me your comments. I definitely want to know what you have to share and what you have to think about all of this stuff, and I will see you in the next video.